Good morning. Good morning. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum? Good morning. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Want to show it to him? He can move it, it's fine with me. So, even in a snowstorm, we can call the meeting to order. Can I get some order in the room, please? Can I get some order in the room? Thank you very much. We'll call the meeting to order. Councillor Fillion has let us know he wasn't feeling well today, but he's going to try and get down for the afternoon if he can. I think he's under the flu. And Councillor Carmichael Greb is on her way, but I don't think the weather is cooperating. Thank you for the rest of you for being able to be here on time in this weather and our crowd around us today. So,
You might welcome Amber Loa back after.
I'm looking. Where did she disappear to? There. And Anne Burra, thank you very much for joining us today. Anne's been off for a little while dealing with some personal matters. She's back. She's in great form here today. She's spent some time, even while she was off, she was in constant contact with her department, with John and myself. So that's very, very much appreciated. And it's just great to see you back here today. We'll try to give you as little bit of hassle as we can. But there are no guarantees. Okay.
Well, it's great to be back, if I might just say. Thank you.
Thank you. And the first item on the agenda today is going to be the report that your staff have done with you in your absence. So, are there any interests under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Confirmation of minutes from January 20th, 2016. Moved by Councillor Wong Tam. All in favor, opposed, carried. Shall we look at what's on the agenda here? Item 1, we're holding for a presentation. Item 2, we have speakers. Item 3, smart growth for our communities. I think there are some comments we can make when we get to that, so I just wanted to hold that. And the same with item number 4, the planning report and the work study program. The Toronto Employment Survey, there is a presentation on. Item number 8, 49, 53, and 55 Judson Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. Application preliminary report. The recommendations are staff be directed to schedule a community consultation meeting for the lands at 49, 53, and 55 Judson Street together with the ward councillor, and notice for the community consultation meeting be given to landowners and residents within the 120 meters of the site. Moved by Councillor Campbell, this is yours, then?
No, it's Councillor Grimes. I would just like to expand the notice area from 120 meters this would be something that I think the council would want, 120 meters to 240 meters, double it.
Oh, did he ask you for that?
No, but in a similar vein, yesterday at Community Council, he did the same thing for an application in his ward, so.
Okay, because we had asked him and he wasn't looking for an extension on it.
Oh, you didn't, you asked him?
Yes,
Okay.
but you can move it if you wish. I appreciate that. In this case, we did consult with him to see if he wanted any changes, and he didn't, so otherwise, we'll move it this way. If he makes a change, we'll just come back and deal with it. His office can let us know. I'm sure they're listening. So moved by Councillor Campbell. Item 8, all those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Item 9 is the mid-rise building performance standards, which we're doing a presentation. So,
Chair, for item number 10.3, I just had a quick question. Can we hold that?
Great.
we didn't deal with it yet. I'm holding 10.3 and
Are you holding it? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I had some notes in it, and I think we should have an opportunity to look at that, both get some staff comments on it. It's so much work on 10.3, and the annual report was an awful lot of work going in there, so I think both of them should be there. So I was holding them. I figured there might be. So let's start with item number 10.1. Anne, do you have a brief presentation that you can give us on it?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn the chair over to Will Johnson, who's been leading this initiative in the division, to present the proposed program.
Well, we're listening to you. Thank you for all your hard work in getting to this stage.
You're welcome. So as Anne indicated, I'm going to give a brief presentation that provides an overview of the strategy that Toronto Building developed in collaboration with other city divisions in order to improve the city's response to residential infill construction. So just as a reminder, Council's direction to the chief building official was to develop a strategy to deal with problem construction sites, and through this strategy identify a single city lead to liaise with concerned parties and coordinated interdivisional response. In addition, Council was looking for an effective enforcement measures to ensure compliance with applicable legislation and all other relevant city bylaws. The idea here was to have an effective, was for Toronto Building to effectively deal with buildings, particularly infill residential buildings that are not built in accordance with approved plans or permissions. So what's important to note here is that this strategy focuses in on the construction of detached single-family homes in established neighborhoods. It's not meant to look at the renovations to homes or the construction of other buildings other than single-family homes. So looking at the focus of this strategy, the strategy focuses more on the permit issuance and the construction phase of the projects. It doesn't look at the stuff that happens before that, more around the Committee of Adjustment approvals through planning. So the current situation that we have, as you're aware, there's a wide range of issues that can impact neighborhoods during the construction of infill homes. And those issues can range from noise issues up to tree issues or buildings not being constructed in accordance with the approved plans. These issues often involve multiple regulations that are administered by multiple divisions. And as a result, for the resident, they can have challenges in trying to identify in the city bureaucracy where to direct their complaints and concerns, which can also lead to the resident actually being the case manager trying to manage that case or that complaint through the city process. One thing that's important to note when you look at when construction's moving forward for the resident, often it's not the single issue that causes the problem for the resident, it's the accumulation of multiple issues that make it more complex and more difficult for the neighbor or the resident to actually manage. So what will the strategy accomplish? So once again, the idea of the strategy, the overall goal is to minimize the impact of residential infill construction activity in neighborhoods. And to do that, we're looking at, there's three components to this. So one is, what can we do to encourage good construction practices in the field? What can we do to improve communication to residents? And on top of that, having a better complaint management strategy for the city to manage these complaints as they come in. So looking at this strategy, the bottom two items, encouraging good construction practices and improving communication to residents, these are things that we feel that we can initiate fairly quickly or implement fairly quickly. The top one, it will be sort of later on, which could take up to a year for us to have that up and running. So looking at the action items, what will come out of this, these are the action items that will actually support the different components of our overall strategy. And I'm just going to walk through these very briefly. So looking at improving communication with residents, so the first thing there is that Toronto Building would establish a dedicated Infill website. The idea of this website would be to give key information to residents and builders around what are the city's expectations with respect to construction as it moves forward. It also would allow us to post whenever a building's under construction, one of these homes, any orders that Toronto Building would issue, those orders would be posted on this website, as well as the status of any inspections that are taking forward. The idea there is so that neighbors are better informed as to what's going on the site. And in order to direct neighbors and residents to this information, we're going to be requiring that the builder post a site sign on the site that can direct the resident to either the city's Infill website for more information about what's going on, as well as 311 where they could place complaints. Another component of this is for the city to actually facilitate a session with Build, as well as the Ratepayers Association, to develop a good neighbor guide in order that could be, in the end, endorsed by the city or by Build and the resident associations. And this would be provided to homeowners when they take out their permit so they can understand what steps they can take in order to mitigate concerns as the project moves forward. I'm going to move over to the far right and talk a bit about what we're looking at to encourage good construction practices. So one thing just to note here is that the complexity of our bylaws and construction has actually led to the need for us to enhance the training that we provide to our inspectors. There's a need for them to have more knowledge on zoning type issues. And often when a home is being built, it's the zoning issues that become more problematic for constituents and residents. And so what we're looking at doing there is providing training to our inspectors so that they're better equipped to identify those zoning issues earlier in the construction process as opposed to later, so that more proactive solutions can take place. The next piece is looking at establishing an introductory inspection. So the introductory inspection would be one where a Toronto building inspector would meet with the builder and lay out what the expectations are as far as from the city for that project moving forward. The advantage here would be that introductory inspection would speak more to than just Toronto Building's issues. They would speak to all of the issues from other divisions that could potentially become issues on the site, and like I said, lay out those expectations as well as the consequences of not following those expectations. One of the things that we see that does arise more often than it should is where the building is proceeding, the construction is proceeding, and the construction is not proceeding in accordance with the approved plans. And often that issue is around height, and height tends to be a more difficult one to deal with. So what we're looking at here is establishing a better way for the building inspector to determine very early in the process if the height is in line with what the approved permit is. So when you look at the sort of process that's laid out in issuing that permit, the zoning plan examiners are the ones that are best equipped to determine whether or not the construction is complying with the as-built or with the proper height requirements, because the way we determine that is through an as-built survey. So when the as-built survey comes in, what we're going to do is force a process where the building inspector would meet with the zoning examiner to determine, is that height consistent with the approved plans? Often what you see is there's multiple levels on the main floor, and the building inspector may not be aware of what is the critical first floor elevation for that house. So it's a way of actually finding out very early in the process whether the height of the building is proceeding in the right direction. To support this, one of the things Toronto Building's looking at would like to do is actually establish the use of tickets. And so when you look at Toronto Building orders, The way those orders are enforced, if a builder does not comply with the order, is through the courts. That's a long process. It also has an undetermined outcome to it. And often what can happen is by the time we get to court, the building could be built. So what we're looking at is establishing the use of tickets to change that behavior very early in the process. And one of the examples I often like to use is that if someone was building without a permit, or we've asked for the construction to stop, the builder may continue doing that. We can issue an order to stop the construction, but the only way to enforce that order is through the courts. By having tickets in place, the building inspector can issue tickets to say you must stop, and here's the penalty for not stopping. Those tickets could be issued on a daily basis and to each worker on the site. So hopefully that would be a better way of motivating the builder to actually change the behavior and stop the construction. So how will this work? I'm just going to run through 3 scenarios. So in a situation where you have a permit issued and there's no real issues happening on the site, there's a number of proactive measures that, actually I'm just going to go back because I forgot to talk about improving the complaint management strategy. Sorry about that. So in order to improve the complaint management strategy, what we're looking at is providing, sort of enhancing our dedicated enforcement unit to actually have a Toronto building staff monitoring all of the issues that are going on with respect to infill construction. So the idea here would be for the Toronto building to identify very early where you have a site, and usually a more problematic site where issues are not being resolved in a timely manner. The idea there would be for the manager to bring in the right divisions to actually meet, to develop a more strategic approach to resolve that issue in a more timely and effective manner. To support that we would require better data from 311 when complaints are coming in. With that data, that'll make it easier for us to inform how we're going to proceed with this in the future as far as further rolling out of this strategy. So how will it work? On a site where you don't have any issues, all of the things we talked about would be in place, which are many proactive features that would actually help to ensure that the construction is following the right path. So the dedicated infill site giving better information to neighbors, the construction sign to direct people to that website, and as well as 311 if they need to lodge complaints. The Good Neighborhood Guide, introductory inspections. We've increased the inspector's knowledge on zoning issues, and we have an enhanced verification of compliance with the permits by having zoning examiners in collaboration with the building inspector reviewing the as-built surveys to determine if the construction is indeed moving consistent with the approved plans. In cases where you have minor issues happening, once again, the same things would be moving forward, with the addition of the use of tickets. So when things aren't proceeding in accordance with the approved plans or things are going wrong, we would be issuing tickets to hopefully change the behavior of the contractor or builder in order to resolve the issue and bring it into compliance much more quickly, as opposed to going to court on our orders. The bigger one is where you have a site where you have more major issues and you have multiple issues going on, and this is the one that's probably more problematic for the resident, is where you have accumulation of multiple issues, multiple divisions involved. This is where, in Toronto building, we would be monitoring those issues, identifying those sites very quickly, bringing in the right divisional staff to develop that strategic approach to resolve the matter, and then also collecting data on this to help us move forward in the future where we want to go with this. Implementation of our strategy, we're looking at implementing this over through the remainder of 2016 and into 2017. I'm not going to read through each one of these things. This just summarizes which is in Appendix A of the report. What I'd like to note, though, is the items that are under Q2, many of those are currently already underway. So the introductory inspection, training for our inspectors, and reinforcing reviewing the as-built surveys with zoning examiners to ensure that the height requirements of the bylaw are being met. So that's my presentation.
Thank you very much. Questions of Mr. Johnson? Councillor Fragedakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Will, for that presentation. I'm really pleased to see it here because we have a lot of these headaches in the ward, as you well know, and as Mr. Angelucci and Mr. Heggie know. So I just, your working definition of infill construction, could you just repeat that again? It's on new builds?
Okay. Through the chair, infill construction would be new builds of single-family homes. It would not include ones where you're renovating a home. So it's just the construction of a new home.
So what about if you were to take down, for example, the church that was mid-block and put in 10 new homes? Does that count as infill?
No, that wouldn't be part of this strategy.
Even though some of those similar issues would apply?
So when you say build 10 new homes, meaning if there's 10 new single-family homes?
Yes.
Yes, it would apply.
Oh, okay. So many of the concerns that have been raised by residents in the report and in the letters from Sarah and Fontra are similar to concerns that we have in Ward 29, and I'm sure in many parts of the city, about problematic residential construction. We also, as you've mentioned and know well, we have people building without permissions and building something that is beyond the permissions that they've been approved for at the Committee of Adjustments. So I'd like to know what elements of this could be extended to problematic residential construction that is not quite a new construction, but is more of is just a renovation, but it's like really only 2 walls are standing.
Okay. So through the chair, in situations where we have a permit issued where it's essentially a new home and they've left only 2 walls standing and they're rebuilding a new home, even though we classify that as an addition or renovation to home, those types of homes would be captured by this project.
Okay. Can you provide some further details on how the building department will oversee the complaint process and how the coordination complaint process will be improved?
So through the chair, one of the things we're looking at is using our dedicated enforcement unit to actually receive those or provide monitoring and oversight of all of the infill sites. And through that oversight, Toronto Building would be able to identify where you have a problematic site, where issues are not being resolved in a timely manner, so that they can bring in the right divisions to develop a strategic approach to actually resolve that matter more quickly, as opposed to leaving it with multiple divisions or with one inspector where the issue isn't being resolved.
Okay. And how will this new system keep councillors in the loop? I have teams of people that are like practically deputized in parts of the ward who are very vigilant on the renovations and the new constructions, and they're constantly speaking to us, and we're speaking to the buildings department. And so how will we be kept in the loop under this new system?
So through the chair, one advantage of this strategy is that there will be the Infill website that actually will provide enhanced information about what's going on for these projects. So through that website, you would be able to see what is the status of the inspections, like what stages of construction have been approved. You'd be able to see what orders have been issued, and then be able to better know what is the status of those orders.
Okay, so is the onus on the builder to call the city for inspection requests?
Through the chair again, yes, the onus is on the builder to make those requests for inspection.
So have we considered anything more proactive on our part?
Through the chair, through the introductory inspection, that is a more proactive approach where the building inspector would lay out those expectations as to how the project should proceed. At the same time, if a project is lingering where we're not getting calls for inspections, we also are setting up where the inspector would go out and follow up on the construction to ensure where it is to make sure those requests are coming in.
What are the issues around legal access for inspectors?
Issues with, through the chair,
Legal access, to access the site.
I'll let John Heggie answer that.
Through the chair, there really aren't issues from a standpoint of a building inspector accessing a site. Part and parcel of any permit is a permission for us to enter a site at any reasonable time.
Okay, great. So my last question is about the pilot project for the increased use of tickets. So will it be in certain wards and not others? How does that work, and how do you get on that list?
Through the chair, the use of tickets would apply across the city to all wards.
So there's not a pilot for the ticketing, it's
No, so the pilot would be that we would be using, Toronto Building would use tickets when we're seeing non-compliance, so they would expand the use of tickets, but that would apply to all wards in the city. It wouldn't be just aimed at certain wards.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow had questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for the work that you've done. Do you recall the case at 277 Belsize Drive?
Through the chair, no, I don't.
This was an example of, and it has been, it's an ongoing issue where there's a builder who has just broken every possible rule in the book, including issues with respect to, we've had to bring in Ministry of Labor at times. They've been putting vehicles in the park directly across the street. And it's just been an example of whether it be buildings, parks, transportation, et cetera, an example I think that you raised in your presentation, where the resident sort of has to call everyone from another level of government to even different silos within our government to be able to figure out who responds to what. How will tickets better provide us the surety to demonstrate at that introductory evaluation that there will be consequences, that we can actually let the builder know that if they decide, because the 277, for example, and this is one of thousands across the city where that builder will know that if they just keep sort of treading water and pushing you off and pushing others off, they'll get it built, they'll make their money, they'll have angry neighbors, but so what? How will we be able to tell them there actually will be real consequences, our policy will actually have real teeth, and if you don't do what you're supposed to do, we might even come and knock it down like the city did at Fleming?
Through the chair, one advantage of this strategy is that a lot of this can be addressed through the introductory inspection. So when the inspector meets with the builder on site at the beginning of the project, the expectation is that the building inspector would lay out all of the city expectations and also speak to what the consequences would be should the builder not follow the city expectations.
They might threaten that, they might warn that, but will those consequences actually have enough teeth to actually do the trick?
Through the chair, I believe that the tickets actually does have more of an impact.
So could you expand on that?
Yes. So by issuing tickets is that, right, and just repeating what I said earlier, is that when Toronto Building issues an order to bring to basically do something different on the site, the only way Toronto Building can actually enforce that order, should the builder decide to ignore it, is through the courts. And like I said, that's a long process, and by the time you get to court, the building may be already built. The advantage with a ticket is it's something that can happen immediately and be in the face of the builder right away, and the ticket can be issued to any worker on the site, not just the builder. And hopefully that the consequences of that ticket would help to motivate the builder to do the right thing and change their behavior.
And if this doesn't do what we're hoping for, would you be open to looking for other tools that we could use in our toolbox to be able to ensure that if a builder does their work, that they actually abide by the rules and they respect neighbors, and that they clean up after themselves and they don't park in parks and they actually keep to the height that they've been permitted? And I think that's, to say it plainly, and obviously in the frame of a question, are you aware, have you heard from residents that there's a cynicism, and certainly that I hear, that no matter what we do, no matter what we say or threaten, some builders will think that it's worth the investment and the risk of breaking a number of rules, starting early in the morning before 7 o'clock, all that kind of stuff, because at the end of the day, they're going to be able to build it and make a bunch of money, and they don't really care about what the neighbor's experience will be, and they know that they'll get away with it.
Through the chair.
I was wondering what the question was there.
Have you heard this feedback?
Yes, through the chair, that is something that comes up. Fortunately, it is not the norm that we do here, but we would still be also using our other tools through the courts if those types of things happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. I'm also very interested in the use of this increase and new introduction of ticketing. The tickets that one would be issued through for example, the provincial offenses officers for bylaw infractions, i.e. parking, they come with a fine. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you pay the fine, and then you carry on your business, correct? And yes, so
Yes.
there's a nod there. And if you don't pay the fine, eventually what happens?
So through the chair, if the fine was not paid, then it would have to be enforced, I believe, through the courts.
So they send a collection officer possibly chasing you to collect that $100 fine or whatever it is?
That is correct.
Okay. And then through the process, if you pay that $100 collection agency afterwards, the fine disappears. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But you still need to go through the courts to begin the collections process? Is that what you've said? Just to clarify.
Through the chair, Councillor, the city does collect its fines, so there are various methods of collection employed. So some may go through the courts, others are just straight to a collection agency. Generally speaking, people either choose to pay or to appeal to the court, have a trial.
So you still have to go, there is still a reliance on the court system and some type of sort of deterrence through a collection agency. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so with respect to tickets, who are those tickets issued to? Is it the sub-trade, the sub-trade, the trade, the general contractor? Who are those tickets issued to?
The tickets would be issued to whoever's on the site, the person responsible for actually breaking the bylaw.
That would mean that you would have to have a bylaw officer there to issue the ticket and catch that person in the act of the violation. Is that correct?
Through the chair, the building inspector actually has those authorities to issue the tickets. And so, yes, they would have to be on the site.
All right, Councillor Wong-Tam, we're 6 and a...
I don't believe I asked 6 minutes of question.
You're right. I think I didn't start your clock. I think it was around 4 minutes when I started.
Okay, I'll just ask one final.
No problem. I'll gladly come back to you for more after.
Okay, I'll just ask one final question. Would a powerful deterrent tool and one that would encourage good construction practices be the ability to suspend or revoke permits?
Through the chair, yes, that would.
Do you have the power to do that now?
We don't have the power to do that for these types of...
And what procedural, what process do we need to invoke to obtain that power, and who do we obtain that power from? And who would we give that power to within the City of Toronto once we obtain that power?
Through the chair, that power would, first of all, the legislation would have to be changed to give us the ability to revoke or suspend a ticket for some of these types of infractions.
The permit?
Yes.
Okay.
And that would have to come from the province through the Building Code Act.
And would we defer that authority then to the chief building official?
Yes, that authority would be to the chief building official.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wong-Tam. And next is Councillor DiCiano, then I have Councillor...
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So with respect to the tickets, you go on site, you've caught someone in the act, you're now going to give whoever's on site a ticket. You come up to me and I say, I don't have identification on me. What happens?
I'm going to defer to John on that one.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I apologize.
Yeah, just for the people on the site, I think it would be helpful if everyone got tickets every day that they're working where they're not supposed to work. But people who are always trying to skirt around laws are always trying to find ways to get around new laws. So, or new requirements. So you come on site, you're about to give me a ticket, and you say, "Sir, you're not supposed to be working today, and you're working again. We warned you. Here's your ticket. Can I see your ID?" And I say to you, "I don't have ID." What do you do?
Through the chair, Councillor, it's a good point. We don't have the authority to, like a police officer does, for example, to insist that people identify themselves to us. I do think, though, that having having a dedicated unit who is practiced at doing this kind of work. I used to do it a long time ago, as I think I discussed with you. There are benefits to a dedicated unit in terms of things like improved interaction with police. And I've actually been successful at getting police to come with us for real problem properties, and they will insist that people identify themselves for us. So there are techniques that we can employ that will improve that.
Okay, so you would be able to call the police in on that situation, and they could enforce or demand that someone identify themselves?
Through the chair, yes, we could. It's not something that we would want to be practicing every day. Otherwise, we may find the answer is no, we don't want to show up with you. But I think if we're careful and we have serious problems, it's also a problem for the police in the community. They get calls too. So generally speaking, we think we may be able to involve them in dealing with very, very serious problems.
Okay. With respect to the additional staff complement that would be required to bring forward a dedicated unit, is there some information you could provide us or additional briefings that show us perhaps what parts of this additional work could be undertaken through the normal practices of our existing complement, or what exactly the new complement is going to be dedicated in terms of what processes they're going to be dedicated to?
Through the chair, we have looked at the new resources that were requested as part of the 2016 budget in concert with the roles that the ongoing inspectors will continue to undertake. And as a broad brush, what we are expecting is roughly 4 of the positions, we believe 4, will handle a number of the dedicated tasks, one of which is to handle the coordination of the problem sites that go cross-divisionally. And as the report indicates, there's roughly about 300 we estimate, but that could go up. A lot of this comes from councillor requests, and the more effective you are, the more likely it is to get those complaints coming to you. So we'll assess the volume as we go on a little bit, but 300 roughly says that those 4 inspectors will handle between 1 and 2 of those a week, a working week, along with their other responsibilities, which will include assisting the day-to-day inspectors with their more proactive enforcement, including going to court and following up on the tickets and so on. So that's the new inspector's role. The second part is there's a lot of new programmatic activity in this unit, which will dovetail with the work of the unit itself around, and the work that's going on in the division around technological improvements, communication, education, setting up the procedures. So we're looking at a program manager type role to create and coordinate all those documents, which they won't do in isolation. They'll have to work with the team, but they'll be more expert in that as opposed to inspections. And we rely heavily on that technology. We are combining this unit with a unit that was approved the previous year on dedicated enforcement across the board, and there's no management positions in that, so we're looking at some kind of supervisory role. We think we may be able to absorb the clerical because we're doing a clerical review. So those are the positions we're thinking about.
So Councillor Ticiano, 5 minutes is up, but I can come back to you if you want.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Campbell.
So a couple of questions about the data. There's no data here, and which is bothersome. So we're creating a process, we're hiring people, and there's no backup. Where does the number 300 come from?
Through the chair, the number 300 comes from, because we haven't been tracking the data exactly this way based on infill sites, each of the divisions doesn't have precise data, so we've had to consult with other divisions. We had a working group, and we've also consulted within our division to look at the data we do have, which is on complaint folders, and try to decipher through that data which ones are attributable to this type of project and extrapolate from there. So we believe today the average is up to 300 problem sites that go cross-divisionally that divisions deal with. That's based on also significant increase, and that data is in the report, around infill construction in general.
So the number on the infill is easy to figure out because
Yeah.
it's from applications. Although it doesn't include, I gather, I'm a little confused about renovations, because some renovations we're doing, other renovations we're not. I don't know what the dividing line is. It indicates if one or two walls is all that's left of the house, we're then going to proceed with treating it as infill. Is that, can I gather that's correct?
If I may, when there's a significant addition, we will be treating it like an infill house because it has the same impact on the neighborhood. So if you're effectively working outside, to the extent you'd be working with a new house, that property will be in the program.
So we think, but we don't really know that there's 300 sites. It could be 200, it could be 400. How do we define what a problem is? Because it mentions a problem, but it doesn't say what a problem is.
Effectively, our definition of a problem is when there is more than one division involved and the issue is not resolved in a timely fashion. So there have been discussions with 311 and the other divisions to look at sharing that data across divisions so we can correlate the properties. Often, when you're involved in one of these, you know full well. We currently, for example, share our data with MLS. It's the same database. So we can see as soon as we get a complaint in Toronto Building that there has been a complaint in licensing and standards. And we usually informally know that another division is working on it. We don't have the same information about transportation or Toronto Water through engineering and construction services. So we'll look at sharing that information through 311, and we've had discussions about how to do it. So
And the complaints come from residents or a resident living in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
the complaints come usually through a resident or through the counselor's office from a resident.
So we don't have, see, what I find problematic is we don't really define a problem. We don't really know how many problems there are. And the problems that are supposedly problems might be from a resident who's raising an objection which has no validity. And so how do we know? We don't. Do you really think we know the extent of the problem? Because a lot of times, sometimes a resident may call up the counselor, may have complaints, but there's no justification of those complaints. So we're sending somebody out to look at the site, to make an assessment. They come back and they say the builder is within they're operating within the guidelines. And so is that defined as a problem? Or is it a problem we're addressing that's not really a problem?
Through the chair, I would say that it is true that not all complaints turn out to be substantiated. That doesn't necessarily mean, however, that they don't need resolution, because generally speaking, the complainant believes there's a problem, and until they're satisfied that the city has addressed it, they may still raise the issue.
So I've got a few seconds left. I'll ask one last question. Why was this strategy not formed and presented to council with all of the supporting data first before we go out and we implement the strategy and we hire staff?
Through the chair, we have to take steps to implement the strategy in order to get that data. Some of the strategy is, in fact, to obtain better data and track and work together. Without sharing the workload and collaborating with each other, I don't think we can fully define the problem.
Thank you. Councillor Carmichael Grimm.
Thank you. I know it was mentioned that if a major addition is being done, that it would be considered infill housing. Is there a plan to roll this out to regular renovations, which would be considered major renovations, but not major additions, if once we have this implemented?
If I may, through the chair, the direction from council was to look at infill housing. And we've looked at the scope of work and the volume based on what we know about infill housing, including major renovations which involve additions. The problems are a little different. Typically with interior renovations, there are issues in Toronto Building with resolving compliance issues in those cases. They don't stretch as frequently to the neighbors, although in some cases they do if it involves parking of vehicles where they shouldn't be parked or storing materials or something of that nature. They tend to be more contained. But I think, and the report suggests this, we need to go through the process of establishing the program and analyze the results to have a better handle of whether there are areas that we could expand to. We do believe we'll share information, and some of the techniques we're using in this approach will probably go broader than just infill housing, like information on construction progress will probably broaden out to more types of applications and so on.
Okay.
Thank you. I know Councillor DiCiano had some more questions, am I correct? Just some questions first. Will, so there's some questions as to, well, I heard them come up from one of my colleagues. Without all the statistics, what are you developing a program for and hiring staff? That's one of the questions I heard. So can you tell me how much investigation you've done from my colleague, Councillor Fillion, and myself, who have very heavy infill development and other areas that the North District Office does, and some of your experience on that, so my colleagues may understand what the driving force was behind Anne asking you to do this review and then come with recommendations.
So first of all, what we did, so there was two steps to this, is one step that we took is we looked at wards where there was a concentration or a large volume of infill activity happening. And through that process, we looked at blocks and to measure looked at those projects that were under construction, and actually we specifically tracked the number of complaints in those wards. And one of the pieces of data that came out of that is while the number of problem properties that we saw, and by a problem property we were meaning one where multiple issues are going on, multiple issues with various divisions is involved, or multiple divisions are involved, and the issues are not being responded to effectively in a timely manner. What we saw is we measured that while the number may be low, the effort that is needed for staff to resolve that is very high. And so that was one piece of analysis we did by looking specifically in those wards where there's a high concentration of development activity. And then we went back and looked at all of the data that we have and looked at complaints that were coming into Toronto Building to figure out how many complaints we were getting that specifically applied to infill, and where we could, working with other divisions, figure out their data. And that's how we came up with that number.
And this program has you leading it, am I correct, but working with the other divisions to try and coordinate the response and make it easier when someone has a complaint?
That is correct. So Toronto Building would take the lead in collaboration with the other divisions.
And you've worked now with 311, so you could actually call 311 to initiate the complaint and make it easier for people?
That is correct.
And in regards to what you've seen, because I know that my colleague, Councillor Matlow, was trying to give you a description, you've seen all kinds of non-compliance issues, have you not?
Yes.
Including where we've asked you, I know in one case we had a concern about a height, and you asked for surveys, and what was the result when you asked for the builder to give you surveys?
So we've had cases where the builder provides a survey, and the survey shows that it's in compliance, and later we find out it isn't.
So how much, we had one that was out of compliance, even though the survey said the new survey said it was right?
So one in particular was a couple feet out.
And what was the response when you approached the surveyor?
So the surveyor explained that it was an error on their part, and that was the explanation. They basically said that their site people, their field people, actually had made an error in one of their measurements.
So you've had a comedy of errors that you've seen, and the way that you're trying to deal with it is by having greater enforcement on the ground?
That is correct.
Okay. And we got some other questions, Councillor DiCiano?
Yeah, thanks. I guess I'll start with that height issue. So the process is a builder comes in, digs a hole, surveyor comes out, and he stakes the property. Then you pour your footings, and your forming people will come in, and they'll put up the forming walls, and before they pour, they look at, they take their lasers again, and they go back to where the survey pinned the property, and they basically put a chalk line inside the form that says this is where the level of the foundation is going to go. Are we part of that process? At this, like, do they have to call the city and say, could you come and make sure that we're at the right height before we pour this concrete, or not?
Through the
Why don't
chair,
we just
the
do that?
building inspector comes out once the concrete is poured, and generally they come out once concrete's poured, the backfill's in place, and they do an inspection at that point and ask for the as-built survey to ascertain that the first floor height is correct.
So why aren't they doing it before the concrete is poured? Because it's much easier to make the fix.
Through the chair, often what happens is for the surveyor is not going to move forward with doing the survey until the walls are backfilled for safety issues, for them to actually do their measurements and determine what the actual elevations are.
Sorry, for safety issues?
So meaning that when the wall is up
And the forms are up?
well, the surveyor comes out, so the surveyor would guide the builder as to what elevation they need to pour their concrete
Correct.
to. Then once the concrete is poured, once if the surveyor was to come back again and do another measurement to ascertain if the elevation of the foundation wall was in the correct place, you would just have a freestanding wall there with no backfill on one side and then the hole on the other side. It's difficult for the inspector or for the surveyor to actually shoot those elevations at that point, because you're dealing with just a freestanding wall.
Yeah, but I'm trying to understand why we can't deal with it before the wall is standing. You've got your forms in place. The concrete forming company has come in, they've placed their forms on top of the footings, and they'll take the pins that the surveyor staked out in the property, and they'll figure out inside the form how high the wall has to be, the cement has to be poured. Can't we make sure at that point, before the cement gets poured, that they're not going too high or too low?
John, do you want to?
Like, I just went through this process.
Okay.
So I saw it, you know, there was lots of time to make sure that wall height wasn't poured beyond where it needed to go prior to having to deal with these problems of cured concrete after the fact. I'm not sure why we can't have our inspectors go out or have a requirement that the forming people call the inspector and say, are you okay with the height that we're going to pour these walls at? Why can't we do that?
Through the chair, Councillor, the way we establish that compliance is by a surveyor who is hired by the builder, the owner.
Correct.
So from our standpoint, they've already gone out and done the staking out of the site. They've marked the formwork.
Correct. But you're saying this is an ongoing problem, and then we got to go through committee of adjustments, and houses are too high, and then they get stuck being too high because we're not going to tear these houses down after they're built. So if the problem continues to occur, maybe the process should be changed. Maybe our inspector should go out before the wall is poured. And if there's a legitimate reason why not, then I'm open to understanding it, but I don't understand why, if it is a big enough problem that we're talking about, there's always, you know, there's a lot of houses that are getting built higher than they should be built, why we're not double checking the pouring of these foundation walls, which dictate how ultimately where the first floor is going to be placed, why we're not doing this before the concrete is poured. I don't get it.
Through the chair, I think we are doing what you're suggesting, perhaps not quite as proactively as what you're suggesting. I think the challenge is that we would still be relying on the same surveyor. So I think what we're trying to achieve is a quicker, a faster response to that deviation. So what we don't want to see is the framing going merrily along, and then we find out at that point through a survey that the foundation height is in the wrong place. We want to address that more quickly, immediately following the pour.
Okay, so immediately following the pour, how successful would you be in saying, you got to take a foot off your foundation walls? Like, isn't that going to be a lot of work?
Well, through the chair, I don't think it's as much, frankly, our concern how much work it is. As a matter of fact, it might be behavior adjusting to have to do that work. I think for us to address it quickly before you wind up with an entire house constructed on top of it, and also to address it quickly so that should there be an anomaly, should it be incorrect, we immediately stop construction until, excuse me, until that is addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other members with extra questions, additional questions? Councillor Campbell?
Get it.
Just one further question. You asked about increased zoning knowledge, or you talked about increased zoning knowledge. Can you be a little bit more specific about what you hope will come out of this?
So through the chair, what as I stated earlier, building inspectors are probably less familiar with the zoning issues than they are on the code issues. And so what we want to do is provide basic training to them on the key fundamental issues of zoning that they need to be looking for earlier in the process. So making sure they understand how height is measured, which floor would be the first floor, so they know exactly what they should be looking for. So if the building inspector is better equipped that way, the building inspector can hopefully identify those issues earlier in the process as opposed to later in the process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So just a follow-up question, if I could, to Councillor Diciano's comments. We've got some good builders in the city that you don't have a lot of problems with, most of them.
That is correct.
We've got some problem builders that no matter what you start to measure, they may try and go around that.
That is correct.
So whether we know where the footing is right or wrong, it doesn't mean that if the footing shows an 8-foot basement, they couldn't still, and it's right, they couldn't pour a 9-foot foundation wall.
That's correct.
And we don't know till we come back for the second inspection.
That's correct.
There's a lot of things they can do through the whole process. My understanding, and you can tell me if I'm correct, is the focus that you'll be doing on is prevention by educating your staff, by doing early inspections, by meeting with the builders, by issuing them tickets so you can get enforcement as you go along the way, and by trying to rein in those that are providing the problems.
That is correct.
And you think this will help?
Yes, I do.
Is it perfect?
No, but it's
I just wanted to know if it was perfect. Okay, so if you issue a ticket, how do you make sure it gets paid?
The city does collect all of its tickets. So there are processes in place whereby all tickets are collected.
Okay, and Councillor Fragadakis was asking if there's a way to provide information to the Committee of Adjustment as to infractions that are tickets that were issued, so when the committee has an applicant in front of them, they know those that might have received a number of tickets. Is it possible for you to coordinate that information and provide it effectively to the 4 different districts for the Committee of Adjustment?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We currently, as part of the review of the zoning on Committee of Adjustment applications, advise the committee when an order has been issued. They're identified to the committee. So in a similar fashion, I've consulted with my colleagues. We believe we could incorporate notice of a ticket, which is the enforcement action that identifies zoning compliance, to the Committee of Adjustment.
So you believe it was Councillor Fragadakis' intention to know that the application's back in front of the committee, it's because infractions were noted on it and they're back?
Yes, that's my understanding of her intention.
Is there a way then to track the builders that are, or those that are getting a lot of tickets, so the committee knows about it when they hear new applications? Is it something you'd like to think about and get back to me on?
Yes, I think it's something I'd probably have to notify my colleagues. There's a temptation to think you can treat individuals differently, but the system it gives individuals entitlements to, say, an application or to proceed, regardless of their track record somewhere else. So that's my hesitation. But we will consider with our legal colleagues about how we might make that information more evident.
But the question that Councillor Fragedakis had, and she asked me to move a motion for, is possible. So if there is tickets issued because there's been non-compliance on the site, the committee will be able to be notified when they understand that, when they hear.
Yes, there's no problem with notifying them of the activity on the site.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. The public was very good because they were waiting as well. I thought it would be worthwhile to hear our question and answer session in advance as well, so you know how we're dealing with this, and it's very thorough. Well, thank you very much. We're going to go to the public deputants, which we have first, and then we'll go to speakers, non-members, and then members of committee. The first person I have is John Carlos Tsilfidis, Renovator Council Chair, Building Industry and Land Development Association. Did I get that close? Yes, very close. I thought you were Greek for a moment. I like Greek food. Are you getting set up, or are they on setting? Okay. Thank you, John. You've been here before?
Some of
So
councillors before.
We have 5 minutes. Watch the clock. After that, if we have questions, we'll ask you them. If not, we'll go on to the next speaker.
So I have 5 minutes?
Yes.
So if I sound like an auctioneer, forgive me in advance?
Or make your salient points in 3, because that's our attention span sometimes.
Okay. You said that, not me.
I said sometimes, and sometimes that's us.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, honorable councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Carlos Tsilfidis, and I'm the chair of the Build, Renovator, and Custom Builder Council. Some of you may remember us. We came around with our leadership team to meet you this past year. As you may know, the infill construction and renovation industry has now eclipsed the new home industry in terms of size and economic impact. In fact, we're now larger than the auto industry. We contribute about $5.1 billion to the local economy, create over 42,700 jobs, which pay about $2.3 billion in wages. We are a significant economic driver of the city. Our members that build, contrary to what a lot of you have heard today, are the professional members that abide by codes of conduct. We carry the necessary licenses and insurance coverage. We offer written contracts and warranties, and we don't run away at the first sign of an inspector. So we're not the problem areas that this report is designed to address. We don't believe that. We have reviewed this staff report under consideration today, and we find it to be a very thoughtful, constructive, and inclusive document, but we do have some questions and would like to see clarification in certain areas. So the strategy proposes to address 3 different areas. The first is to improve the city's complaint management strategy. Under this strategy, 2 areas are identified. The first is the creation of a dedicated enforcement unit, and the second is the concept of interdivisional complaint management. With respect to the first, why not call it a dedicated response unit? This is far less adversarial. And by the city's own admission, most of the problems concern one of 2 issues. The house is too tall or the house is too wide. Now, unbeknownst to the neighbor, if variances were obtained, those complaints could readily be addressed. So I would like to see a response unit as opposed to an enforcement unit. I think that sends a better message. With respect to the interdivisional complaint management, we think this is a very positive idea. The coordination of the different departments that touch upon infill construction is always a good thing. To that end, we would like to recommend the formation and implementation of a permanent Toronto Renovator Liaison Committee comprised of city staff and industry. Such a model would be well suited to achieving the desired aim of coordinated action and would be a great venue to continue discussions with all departments. The second step of the strategy is encouraging good contractor behavior. And again, there are 3 headings here. The first is the additional building inspection. So they're basically contemplating a pre-inspection. The city's own numbers, though they may be suspect, but let's take them as granted for now. If there's 300 problem cases and 1,698 building applications, that's about 17%. So do we want to expend city resources on a problem that's happened 17% of the time and we still don't know how significant that problem is? So that's an area I think we should look at. The increased use of tickets, well, we've heard the discussion around tickets and there are lots of questions. When will they be issued? After how many warnings? Will all inspectors have the authority to issue tickets or just the inspectors of this response unit? Can a ticket be canceled if compliance occurs, or will there be a timeline for compliance on the ticket? These are just some of the open-ended questions we have. and verification of compliance with the issued permit. This is an excellent idea we can all support. Of course, you should be building what you get a permit for. That should be a no-brainer. And again, on a related matter, more training on zoning issues for inspectors is a good thing. This is highly desirable because this can address neighbors' concerns immediately and forestall any additional phone calls to the city. The third step is the improving communications with residents. The dedicated website is an idea that's long overdue. However, in conjunction with the website, if permit holders were to receive a contemporaneous record of inspection, this would go a long way in heading off concerns and reducing the workload of the dedicated response unit. Best practices guide. Again, we would be delighted to continue to consult with the city and other stakeholders in developing a best practices handbook. We want to play our part in ensuring that the process is transparent. A construction sign, as the staff report itself indicates, there's no need for exhaustive information on the sign. If the dedicated website is up and running in conjunction with support from the 311 service, any contemplated construction sign should simply be a guide to where information could be found. On a last note, just on encouraging good contractor behavior, I just want to say we would like to encourage good city behavior towards contractors. And what I mean by that is in trying to build on these small lots in the city sometimes, we have parking issues. So it's a simple ask. Why not tie the municipal license to parking concessions? This would encourage transparent behavior, I think, and go a long way in stemming underground economic activity. I think if you give value to this license, more people will apply for it, it will increase the revenue stream to the city, and it will bring out everyone from the shadows. So in conclusion, I'm almost done here. As stated earlier, we have some questions that need to be addressed, but we believe that this report is a laudable effort on the part of city staff at streamlining the infill construction process and at standardizing expectations. And I think that's what the thrust is.
Thank you, John. I have to stop you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there questions, non-members? Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. The first suggestion you made that we not call them bylaw enforcement officers or an enforcement team, but really a response team. If you're submitting that the preponderance of your members are law-abiding, rule-respecting people, then why would it matter? I mean, the enforcement is really focused on those who there's a reason to enforce, and you know, the word has a meaning, which is that we're serious, that we want you to take it seriously too.
Through you, Mr. Chair, what happens in the case, Councillor, where the homeowner is the permit holder and the contractor? If you call this an enforcement unit and the first interaction that this homeowner has with the city is a pre-inspection where he or she has read the Riot Act and what can happen if compliance doesn't occur, I don't think this fosters goodwill with city residents. So I think, you know, calling it a response unit, I think sends a better message out that, hey, we're here to respond to complaints and concerns.
The other question, I respectfully disagree with you, but I do actively hear you. You were suggesting that there be some regular meetings set up between the industry and city staff to have ongoing discussions. If that were to occur, would you agree that it would also be appropriate to invite representatives of ratepayers associations such as FONTRA to take part, both to contribute to a balanced and informative discussion, but also to ensure transparency so that there's no suggestion that the industry is having some window or some opportunity to have those kind of conversations and discussions that residents aren't privy to or aware of?
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely, Councillor. We have no problem with sitting down with ratepayers associations because at the end of the day, Councillor, they are our customers. We build for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The next speaker we have is Geoffrey Jones. There you are. You've got 5 minutes.
Good morning. Do I press this button? It's lit.
It's lit. You're on. We're hearing you.
Okay. Very good. You want to start your clock again, by the way. It's not at 0. Well, thank you for the opportunity to address the committee. I'm Geoffrey Jones. I'm on the board of directors of the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association. We were founded 50 years ago in 1965, so we're one of the oldest associations in North Toronto. We're in what is called Davisville, which is south of Eglinton, between Yonge and Bayview. This is an important issue for Sarah. When you talk about residents acting as case managers in the report, in Davisville, when residents can't figure out how to get city action, they do come to Sarah. We've polled our members, and rather scientifically, and construction issues were their top complaint. There's a lot of infill construction in Davisville, and as we were hearing in the report given here earlier, it's got a lot of good ideas. So Sarah would ask that the committee approves the report, and including its budgetary provisions to provide that funding. Staff have come up with recommendations. I won't go through them all, but in particular, I think when we discussed it, we welcome the ticketing pilot project and the best practices guide, and we would be quite happy to participate in making them effective. As a matter of fact, my colleague who normally handles construction issues is Ferris Varani. He suggests you may want to hire the parking policeman on his street. He says virtually no one parks illegally anymore because the guy is always there. So ticketing does work in changing people's behavior. FONTER, which is the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association, will be speaking shortly, I believe. It's an umbrella organization, and we're very active within FONTER. I think I could say that within the last 2 years, Sarah has had the lead for many infill housing issues. And in point of fact, your report does mention Sarah by name. We're structured with working groups for important issues. That helps us to do things. We meet with the developers and architects, so it's not just a matter of residents giving complaints. In point of fact, we regularly put our members in touch with lawyers and planners and construction people so that the complaints are well thought out. As you know, we did provide Dylan Astor, who was, his name is on the report, with background and data. But as regards the issue which was raised earlier, which I think is a very important one, of valid complaints, after our guys have dealt with about 25 complaints or so, I think they are able to give good advice to residents as to whether they do, in point of fact, have an issue which is a valid issue. We did get involved, actually, more seriously in this through the issue which Councillor Matlow mentioned, which was one particular house which was not being built according to the plans. And what we did find was that there were many different building department or city departments which were involved. And breaking down the silos is a difficult thing. In that case, Councillor Matlow, and I thank you, Councillor Matlow, did organize a meeting at a local church where we brought in people from several different city departments. But I think it's quite clear to everyone who's around the table that this is not something which can happen all the time. So I think that's why the report and its recommendations, if they're implemented, will make a very significant difference. The report asks for $450,000 for up to 7 new staff, with the net cost of $0. Well, I think we like the 7 new staff. We like the $450,000 because you need money to get results. I also like the $0. I'm presuming that the $0 means that the costs of non-compliance are going to be shifted onto those rotten apples who are not complying. And I will say, I myself did a renovation some years ago, and I had a prince of a contractor, but I was in a semi. On the other side of that common wall, we had just the opposite. So, you know, those people who are not complying, they really should, I think, contribute to covering the costs. And then the final issue, I think, is a political issue which was touched on by 1 or 2 people, which is that if residents see bad construction being done by a bad contractor, or a contractor having a bad day, shall we say, they call the city, and by the time city staff take action, there's often nothing to see. Everyone has a smartphone and there are photos, so the city knows what has been happening, but too often in the past they haven't been able to do anything. So this gives a feeling that the city government is helpless. And people will say, this is not the way it was 20 years ago. So we're not against replacement housing in our area. It is good for the area. But I think that we need the good practices. Life and limb can be affected by dangerous damage to the sidewalk, etc. So we would like to see these things taken care of, or else people will continue to be too cynical.
Thank you very much. Are there questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Jeff Kettle.
Would like to put an image on here. I don't know how to use the machine.
It's on. And staff will control it in the booth.
Good morning, Councillor Shine and members of the committee. Thank you. Been an interesting conversation this morning. A lot of good stuff brought out. I congratulate you on the back and forth. We're writing to provide comments from FONTRA, the Federation of North Toronto Residents Association. My name is Jeff Cattell. I'm co-chair. We do support the proposed strategy, but we would press for urgent action to address the issues. These have gone on for a long time. And we would urge earlier reporting back to this committee. We know that this report responds to direction from Councillor Jay Robinson at Pewick back in 2014, and so we're just now getting to the real meat of the issue. There are many aspects of this issue, from flagrant disregard or violation of planning and building laws to the nuisance issues. Whatever it is, parking, noise, dust, that affect the quality of life, peace and quiet enjoyment that residents expect of their homes. However, the issue of illegal construction continues to be an issue, and as acknowledged by this report, residents are frequently forced to become project managers. Councillors' offices are obviously burdened significantly by these issues too. Comment that this report stays at a strategy level and does not document the specific types of issues and impacts of these issues. The experience of engaged communities like Leaside and Davisville should be carefully reviewed by staff for learning as to improvements needed by the city. Established communities across the city are dealing with a growing volume of demolition and reconstruction of new homes that may not fit the neighbourhood by virtue of excessive height and massing and non-traditional architectural style. But in this context of demolition and reconstruction, the issue, assuming they went to the C of A for approval, is that there are sometimes questions as to whether they're being built in compliance with the committee's decisions and in accordance with the building bylaws. In Leaside, I would draw your attention to 3 properties that have been carefully monitored by neighbours and by the LPOA and documented through successive articles in the Leaside Life magazine, Leaside Life News, and in 2 of them through OMB hearings and decisions. One of them is 27 Fleming Crescent, which demonstrates a lack of effective policies on the part of the city and effective enforcement. It involved the flouting of numerous regulations, planning and building regulations, including proceeding with construction without approval for minor variances and removal of walls, so it was no longer considered a renovation, unauthorized change of grade, failure to display a permit. This house, for which construction was eventually stopped, was resolved. The owner agreed to demolish, seek approval of a more appropriate house, and start again. 151 Airdrie Road, which is the one in the image, is another example. During the spring of 2015, 151 Airdrie Road was under construction, but neighbours questioned the height and massing of the house, for which several variances, including height, had been approved already by the committee the year before. The owner reapplied, was pressed by the city to seek approval to legalize the structure already built, rather than modify it to confirm the approvals in place. Regardless, construction continued. By June of 2015, the date of the second Committee of Adjustment hearing, the structure was entirely clad. At the Committee of Adjustment, the main variance was height, 0.6 of a metre. The committee unanimously refused the application, and the owner appealed to the OMB. In July, the building inspector issued an appeal in order to comply and asked that they stop all work. And so since July, the construction has sat, but with a virtually completed house. That's the house right now. It is, to all intents and purposes, finished. But, so the OMB heard this appeal in December of 2015. One of the neighbours at the hearing condemned the owner's appeal as being about bully planning, build first and assume that permission will follow because the structure is built out. This makes a mockery of the process and fools out of citizens that respect the law. Refusing this appeal for forgiveness goes a long way to send a message to builders and their agents that the process needs to be respected, not abused. We are pleased to say that in January of this year, the OMB issued its decision to refuse the variances requested. So at this time, this owner has a major problem. They can appeal the OMB decision to divisional court,
Thank
or
you,
they'll have to
Jalf.
comply somehow.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming. That's the last of our speakers. We can bring it into committee. Councillor Matlow, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin with thanking our city staff for taking council's request seriously to explore options to better address infill residential development. This is an example of where the request was made, and staff, I think, have really undertaken their due diligence to explore what options they could provide us. The consequence piece is something that continues to concern me, though. Well, I think that we need to continue exploring the ability to use tickets in a more active way to demonstrate to, again, the bad apples, not the preponderance, but the bad apples, that we are serious and that we expect that they abide by what has been approved and also be respectful to their neighbors. I still wonder if those tickets will actually be the ticket, be what we are looking for to actually achieve our goals. If you look at this picture at the front of this presentation of this house here under development, this is actually what virtually every one of the streets in my community look like these days. In some cases, and Belsize is one of them, you can almost look at every block and find an example of that. So it's something that we're all living with. And whether it be the ongoing examples of contractors starting construction noise well before 7 o'clock in the morning on weekdays, sometimes doing it even on a Sunday, knowing, as Councillor Wong Tam pointed out very well, that the likelihood of actually seeing a bylaw enforcement officer show up within a reasonable amount of time to be able to actually prosecute effectively, they know that that's not going to happen. So for some of them, and again, those who just flout the rules, they know that if they just keep getting away with things, they'll be able to get their work done quicker and then start making money sooner, and then they'll sort of deal with it later. But they know that they're going to get away with it. And I think that while we have a more proactive, comprehensive way to address the fact that there's too many silos, often sort of pointing fingers at each other or not talking with each other, or no clear path for residents to deal with issues from the get-go, on the other side, we need to be able to demonstrate to the bad apples that we are serious, that there really are going to be consequences. Right now, I don't see them. So I guess to sum it up, I want to thank the residents both in my community who you heard from today in Davisville, the South Eglinton Ratepayers and Residents Association, that have actually gone so far with Al Keavy and others who have actually formed committees and included the community in this discussion. I really respect that work, and I really appreciate the work that all of you have done, along with Leaside and many of the residents in North York and elsewhere who have really been actively working on this issue. But I think what they need to see is simply that rules will be abided by, neighbors will be respected, and that there are real teeth in those consequences if a builder doesn't follow those rules. And I would expect that the industry would feel the same way, because it's your reputations and your good names that are on the line when those bad apples don't behave. So I look forward to working together to continuing to address these issues, because at the end of the day, they affect our daily quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. I'm going to give some comments on this, and I'll look for my committee members as well. There's some motions. Motion on behalf of, what have we got there first? There's a motion for Councillor Fragedakis. Naturally, I'll be moving the staff recommendations in the report. So that's the one for Councillor Fragedakis. So the Committee of Adjustment will know if the application is there because of non-compliance. Are there any other ones? Okay. And there's one that Councillor Carmichael grabbed, which we're moving after, which is a good motion as well. And speaking to it, I know some of the deputants said it was one of our colleagues that put a motion. That was years ago, over 2 years ago. And there was a lot of inaction on this item. And one of the things I did as taking chair was the fact that I had the same lack of response from the division as to how we're going to deal with the problem. And it was meeting with Will Johnson and with Ann Bura and some discussions, understanding we had to take action to bring something forward because it wasn't right. I think any of you that have active development in the ward experience non-compliance from some builders. And those of us that have a lot of applications have a lot of non-compliance, and some that are a little bit ridiculous and really don't get picked up sometimes until the house is finished. You have to understand, there's almost 4,000 applications in the city. There are thousands of applications going through Committee of Adjustment every year. But in particular, in the suburban areas, it's more of an issue with those non-compliance of the Committee of Adjustment than in the city, but it's happening everywhere. The question was, how do we deal with it effectively? And I agree with the fact that it should be called a dedicated enforcement unit. Unless you tell people what you're out there for. You're not out there to shake hands and be nice all the time, because that's what the building inspectors normally do. Above the building inspectors, these are staff that we're adding, 5 that came in last year to try and deal with the old problems in houses that in applications weren't finished, and 7 new ones this year that are going to be out there to make sure that you get approval, and what you get approval for in building a house, you build it to. And if you can't meet that, then you have to go back to the Committee of Adjustment and ask for the change. You can't just go ahead and make the changes and hope you won't get caught. That's the intention, is we're real, we're here, and we're going to try and enforce the rules that are out there. But in doing that, it's very difficult for the residents who see a problem to call and, 1, get an explanation of what's happening, and 2, get response. We're going to do it through 311. Because sometimes there are complaints, issues that aren't real. Someone just doesn't like the house that's there, and sometimes they're very right. So the community really is our eyes and ears. But it's going to start off, as I said, with the building department taking the lead and going through the plan first and meeting with the person that's building there and letting them know that they're there, both their building inspector knowing what the plans are supposed to be and the builder knowing on site what's supposed to be going on and agreeing to it. So it's not confrontational, it's upfront, we're working together. There's a problem, as I said, 311. Residents can now make it easy to call in, and there'll be a dedicated response, because this report isn't just from building, it's also from municipal licensing, and we should note that. Issuing of tickets. It's supposed to be a better response, because otherwise we're having to go through the court system and get something imposed, when if you keep getting a ticket, maybe you will understand that. The same thing when you park your car illegally, you keep getting tickets for parking at the spot, hopefully you learn, you get a ticket, hopefully you'll learn. No, I can't see allowing a builder to have the right to park anywhere. I think there's a process now where they can ask in advance for the right for their vehicles to be parked because they're under construction. I believe there should be consideration for that, but I can't allow someone, because I have a building permit, to put it in their front window and say, now I can park wherever I want because I'm an authorized person that can break the rules. We can't do that to anyone, and I don't think it's reasonable to even ask of that. Dedicated website for infill housing. It's bringing technology into what we do, and I think it's important to be able to do that. And once it's up and running, we'll keep building on it to make it better. Better and new signage, so people know how to respond and what's supposed to be there. And issues like dust control and other issues are things that we're going to look at. I think this report has come an awful long way in trying to deal with the problems that all of us have expressed back to the planning, to the building division and to municipal licensing, and the public has expressed over the years, and dealing it, as I heard, in a responsible way, where those that are good in the industry should never get a ticket because they're doing things right. And those that aren't should get a box full of tickets and have to pay the response to that, so we know who those people are. And I really want to thank Will Johnson. You put an awful lot of work into this. Ambura, you worked with him, and of course, John Hagee, you had to take over when Ann was away. But they were in my office on many occasions, working with myself and Will from Pinnell from my office, looking at it, trying to understand how it worked to make sense, reasonable approach in going through. And Tracy Cook and her department also helped on this, so I think there's a thanks for that. I think it's good. I think it's moving forward. I think it will really help. And I think that by seeing the report here, it says that our staff in the city are real. They're here, and they want to find the best way to deal with the problems that we're having. They put a great report out front, and I thank them for all the hard work that they've done on it, because it really is moving the issues forward that people have concern about, and hopefully we'll be able to do a better job of controlling the less responsive builders and those that try to break the rules. Thank you. I don't see any questions of me speakers. Councillor Campbell.
Well, I don't disagree with the chair's comments, but I do feel that the problem has not been appropriately quantified and identified. And in my personal view, is that it should have, if there is, the problem as it exists should have been addressed through a change to existing processes with existing resources. We're hiring 7 new staff. We're implementing a new policy. I don't know why it couldn't have been done with existing staff. We don't know the extent of the problem. It seems to be a problem endemic to a few particular communities, and I'm wondering how politically driven this is, because I don't know how widespread the problem is. I have a lot of infill housing in my ward. There are complaints that arise, some of which are justified, some of which are not justified. And so my personal view is that I would have preferred that staff undertake these changes, undertake these measures to address the problem, and come back and say, we need more resources to address the problem. This is what we found. This is what we've quantified, and this is what we understand.
Thank you. Councillor Wong Tam, you wanted to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to actually move 2 motions. The first motion is to have City Council request the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing to amend the Building Code Act to allow the Chief Building Official and Executive Director of Toronto Building to suspend or revoke a building permit on problem residential infill construction sites when a builder does not follow good construction practices. And then the second motion is to have the Chief Building Officer, in consultation with other divisions, to report back to Planning and Growth Management Committee in the first quarter of 2017 on the city's ability to suspend or revoke permissions on problem residential infill construction sites when a builder does not follow good construction practices. I think that we heard very clearly when staff responded and said that right now they actually don't have the ability to either suspend or revoke licenses. And there was also, I believe, in their response, some admission that perhaps even the ticketing process, although an improvement on what is in existence today, still may not go very far. You still have to go through a collections process. There's still a process with respect to then going through the courts to actually get where you want to go, which is to stop a bad developer if they're actually in violations of any bylaws, zoning requirements, or just standard health and safety construction practices. I recognize that this is what may seem like a heavy tool to try to stop bad behavior, but I also recognize that in the report, although deemed an improvement to what exists today, it's still not perfect. And what I'd like to do is ensure that our Chief Building Official, who has good sound judgment, and most of all of the building matters and construction matters are reported to her office, I would like to think that she will be able to exercise a level of discretion in order to make sure that we can use a stronger tool when trying to bring contractors and tradespeople into compliance. I do also think, and I think it's important because we haven't been able to do it so far, and unfortunately this is a tool that will have to probably be deployed for just the smaller percentage of bad contractors and perhaps tradespeople that are not working under the bylaw regime that's in place. And I think that what's important to note is that we've heard from the industry who wants to work with city staff. They want to work with their neighbors, and they're very interested in being good corporate citizens. And I think that we should do everything we can to help facilitate that dialogue to ensure that those who are actually working in the construction and trades has the information that they need so that they can be consistent in their application from site to site. And I do believe that the majority of the contractors out there want to do a great job. Their reputation hangs on it. They put a sign in front of those infill sites and say it's proudly built by. And so they don't want to be bad neighbors, and those are the ones we want to encourage and continue to work with. For the ones that are sort of skirting underneath the radar and breaking the rules and causing all sorts of impacts and negative impacts to their neighbors, those are the ones that we have to deal with. And this is unfortunately the large part of the resources contained in the report is specifically to deal with the folks out there who are not doing a good job. So I hope that members of the committee will recognize that we have to have a balanced approach, one where we work with the industry who says we are interested in working with you, and make sure that dialogue is open. We educate the industry to make sure that they understand what they need to do to be a good contractor, to be a good corporate citizen. And for those who have been given the rules, who have gone through a progressive series of enforcement, if they continue to break the rules and the bylaws, or they sort of, turn and say, we don't care, it doesn't apply to us, the punishment is not punitive enough, then we have to give our staff, the chief building official, a bigger hammer, if I can borrow that term. And that's why I've moved the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carmichael Greb.
Thank you. I have a motion. That the Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Building, be requested to report to the June 15th, 2016 Planning and Growth Management Committee meeting on the feasibility and implementation of the following initiative to amend Appendix 1 to provide that A, homeowners also be informed of the need to have their permit closed through the homeowner's guide that is provided to homeowners at the time of permit issuance and the Infill website, and B, homeowners also be provided with written confirmation from Toronto Building within 48 hours of final inspection stating that the permit has been closed. Just background on this, while this applies to infill housing, it also applies to smaller renovations as well. From personal experience trying to sell my home last summer, finding out that a permit for renovating my basement 5 years prior had never been closed. And I had to have that dealt with before I could go through the process of closing on my house, and found out that it is a widespread problem. So hopefully this is something that we can also have more communication with homeowners about, as well as roll out to smaller renovations. But I want to thank Will and Ann and their teams for all the work that they've done on this. I think several of my residents have Will on speed dial, which is a fortunate or unfortunate thing for him. But we have a lot of problems in Ward 16 with infill housing and non-compliance, builders and contractors, thinking that they can just do what they want to do and get away with it and deal with it afterwards. So if we can help neighbors get more information and kind of tighten up on how we can enforce the rules, then every little bit helps.
Sorry, I was just making sure that everything that we had wanted to deal with, we dealt with. And sorry, but Will, I think we have a goal here. The goal here is to get you off of the speed dial from Council Carmichael Greb's community. And we're going to judge that by asking her in a year from now whether you're still number one on the speed dial list or whether you've moved down at all.
Can we add his cell number into that booklet that we give out?
No. Okay. And in regards to, and I know Councillor Campbell's concerned, and justly so, I always appreciate that. The staff are, and we're approved in the budget, but it's at a cost recovery. One thing I would ask you might want to do is have some further discussions offline with the department to see the amount of work and the complaints that they've had for justifying the process, because you make some very valid concerns as to wanting to know why we bring forward a program, and I appreciate that. If you do have an opportunity before council, that would also be great, because they may be able to change your mind and they may not. Otherwise, we have all the motions here. We can do it as a package if that's okay. The motions and the item, all in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. So we spent a fair amount of time on item number 1, but I think it was very important. Item number 2, official plan review, public consultation, and implementation, affordable ownership housing definition. Yeah, I thought there is a request for one of my colleagues to have it deferred for some more consultation, but I thought after all the work that was here, it was worth a short presentation from staff as to what's here. So I asked the chief planner if she can do that. If you had any particular questions, you can ask that, and then we're going to try and deal with the concerns that were raised after by some of the deputants that are here. So if that's okay with my colleagues, we'll get a brief presentation on it.
Okay. All right. Good morning. I'm Kirsten Stein, and this is David Spence of the Strategic Initiatives Policy and Analysis section of City Planning. We're pleased to be here to give a brief overview of the report on the affordable ownership definition of the official plan that's before you today. So just some background and on the purpose of the report. The review is part of the official plan review that was initiated back in 2011. As part of that review, a number of housing policies were identified for review, one being the definition of affordable ownership housing contained in the official plan. And as part of this process, the city planning initiated a comprehensive study of the definition. In June 2015, staff reported to Planning and Growth Management on the findings of the study, and were directed to consult with the public at an open house on the proposed revisions. And today's report presents the results of this consultation process, as well as identified issues with regards to implementation, and seeks the consideration of a statutory meeting in May, this coming May. The study was conducted in consultation with the Affordable Housing Office and included a number of elements. Comprehensive analysis of housing policies and prices in Toronto, assessment of existing housing need based on household incomes in Toronto, a review of the provincial definition relative to the official plan policy objectives, and consultation with a broad range of stakeholders from the public, nonprofit, and private sectors. Stakeholders included Habitat for Humanity, Artscape, Options for Homes, the Ontario Nonprofit Housing Association, the Advocacy Centre for Tenants Ontario, Toronto Women's City Alliance, Diamond Corp, Build Toronto, and of course to the public.
So to better understand the context of the review, it's important to understand how the definition is used, both the existing definition as well as the definition that is being proposed. The definition applies if affordable ownership housing is being secured as a community benefit under Section 37 of the Planning Act. The definition provides for a place-based approach to the implementation of affordable ownership housing under Section 37 in a clear and consistent manner. And the definition, both the existing as well as the proposed, targets price points not being adequately provided by the market. In the case of the proposed definition, it's intended to serve households experiencing ownership affordability issues within the 30th to 60th income percentile. So that's approximately $38,000 to $77,000 of income annually.
So I'd just like to offer a few comments on the study findings and the proposed definition itself and a few of the next steps. The existing definition is based on average market rents to determine a household's ability to own a house. So it assumes that what you pay in rent is about the same as what a mortgage would be. The consultant looked at both the market prices and income levels and specifically assessed 10,000 ownership unit prices to understand the type of housing that's being produced. A few of the study highlights I'll mention found that there's a significant difference between the price points of the existing definition set out in the official plan and the available ownership units on the market. So there's a need to increase that amount. Household incomes have not kept pace with the ownership units, and also there was some concern about the way that the provincial policy statement definition on affordable ownership reads. It basically provides a single price point for units of all types. It does not distinguish by size of unit. So essentially a bachelor unit would be treated the same way that a 4-bedroom unit is. And we feel that that might result in a problem where there's the potential that any affordable ownership units that are being constructed may be overvalued under Section 37 and may be, we may also find that we're assisting units through Section 37 where the units have already been provided, where they'd be constructed in any event without that. So we feel that there's a need to be very precise or more precise in terms of the prices by unit type. The proposed definition is provided on the screen for you. I won't get into it in detail. It shows up as attachment 1 to the report. Again, it's showing that there's going to be different price points by unit type. So for bachelor units, the incomes, household incomes would be expected to be no higher than up to the 30th income percentile, and that escalates up to the 4-bedroom units, where the household, that those units would be affordable to households with incomes no higher than the 60th income percentile. Also on attachment 3 of the report, there's a table that provides the specific price points that we'd be looking at in the new definition. So those range from $166,000 for a bachelor up to $336,000 for a 4-bedroom unit.
So there's a, pardon me. So there's a number of key aspects of the proposed definition that we're just going to highlight briefly here. The definition uses a combination of market and income indicators to identify the price thresholds that were on the previous slide. It recognizes the cost of a bachelor and a 1 or 2 bedroom unit differ and serve different households. It increases the price thresholds to be closer to the prices observed within the market, and in effect reduces the Section 37 contribution on a per unit basis. It targets slightly higher household incomes than the existing definition that may have greater capacity to transition into the ownership market. And it continues to relate prices to unit types as the previous definitions in the OP do. So what we heard through the consultation process, the below market limits for price thresholds are important. The use of median household income as the benchmark is an appropriate approach. Breaking down the definition by unit type and relating it to the housing market is in fact a strength and a difference between the existing and the proposed. Some nonprofit housing providers did indicate that they can meet the proposed targets, and for certain unit types, and all unit types would be achievable if Section 37 contributions and other forms of municipal assistance were provided. There were also concerns about available data sources and particularly implementation matters, which are outlined in more detail in the report. Through ongoing work that planning has been undertaking with our partners in legal and the Affordable Housing Office, we have identified a number of issues that continue to require further consideration on the implementation side, but have identified through this work a series of principles for implementation of the definition. The first being providing a range of unit types that meet current and future housing needs, contributing to a mix of affordable housing options, maintaining the affordability of the units for as long as possible, and ensuring the units are provided to households in need through appropriate size, occupancy, and income criteria.
Okay, so are there questions of the staff that did the presentation? Then maybe you can help me, because I will ask you some. There was an open house and there was consultation. And yet I have letters in front of me with real concern as to what's here. So when you had the consultation, you bring forward recommendations. Were the people that were there generally in agreement with what you were recommending?
So based on the comments that we received from the open house, there was general agreement with the proposed direction of the definition itself, that being that we're targeting different unit types, incorporating both market and income factors. There were questions raised around implementation, which we have identified in the report and are continuing to work through in the context of some pilot projects that are currently going through.
Is there a list that you took down at the time of the meeting as to what the concerns were or comments that were raised?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sorry, is there a list, or do you have something, not what, in the report, there's a summary.
So on attachment 2, there's a list of the comments and questions that were submitted.
I'm struggling to find attachment 2 right now.
Sorry, it's page 18.
That's a summary of them. Am I right? Were there
Yeah,
more?
we received, this is a summary of the letters and the key points that were identified in the comments that were received.
And does your report deal with them so they'd be satisfied with them? And I'm asking that because I definitely have a great division between what you've got here and concerns that they've expressed in their letters and in comments to me. I mean, I hate to have something come forward where I have such a divide in people, and I have a huge divide in what the recommendation says, and in particular, the subsidies that you're looking for and the definitions of the units are non-achievable. You've got a unit, proposed definition for a 4-bedroom of $336,000. The average market price now, I understand, is somewhere around $590,000. I mean, the gap is too huge to ever expect it could be dealt with in a Section 37. I'll go down as well with a 3-bedroom, proposed definition 303, market is over $580,000. That's never going to happen to achieve affordable housing in the units that we have. It's just a non-starter. So I'm trying to understand why you come out to try and deal with something. We take an extended period of time to review it. You consult with people as to what they think their issues are. You put forward a report, and then I have our head of our affordable housing contact me with a, whoa, we got to defer this. This isn't going to work. I don't know why we do that. And maybe you can help tell me, maybe the chief planner can help tell me why we're there. Because when we had the briefing, I didn't think I thought this was supportable by particularly the Affordable Housing Office and others.
Through you, as a chair, a couple of comments. The first is that, in response to your question, the first is that as of yesterday, the Affordable Housing Office was in fact supportive of this report, and it was brought to our attention yesterday that there was a suggestion for deferral, which we in fact had no problem with, the deferral, and I believe that that was Sean's position as well. This report was prepared in consultation with the Affordable Housing Office. I think part of what you're pointing to in your comments is the tangled web and the deep complexity in this file. For example, housing price points across the City of Toronto are very different in different areas of the city, which means it's difficult on a citywide basis to create an affordability metric. So there's a tremendous amount of complexity, which is one of the reasons why we have done so much due diligence at looking at the market in the city to bring this proposal forward. But there's a further tension. The objective in the context of this definition is to provide a clear framework with respect to securing monies in Section 37. In many ways, this has been slanted or tilted towards acting as an incentive for the private sector to now be building affordable ownership. The letter you have before you today is, of course, from the not-for-profit sector, which deals exclusively in providing affordable housing, which has a completely different model with respect to their pro formas, and has a completely different model with the entire overall cost structure of their projects than a private developer has, who is also building for-profit housing. So this is one of the tensions that we face. We have been trying to create a definition that is applicable in the City of Toronto context, recognizing that really the interests that you see represented here in this letter, who are all very important interests and important providers of affordable housing in the city, in fact, have a different objective than the objective with respect to a private sector developer providing affordable housing based on a Section 37 incentive. We are very happy to go back and to have conversations to figure out what kind of a nuance must be added to this policy framework in order to figure out how to bridge the gap. The challenge here is we're trying to do two very different things with one policy definition.
Well, maybe I could just ask Mr. Gadden. I also have comments from Build Toronto, who I spoke with, being chair of Build, and their comment was it would take $60 million in Section 37 benefits every year to achieve our target of 400 units, which we know isn't achievable. So it's not just the public sector that has a problem. They're an example of the private sector because they have to sell their land and get a profit on it, or it has to be profitable for the person that builds on it. Until yesterday, was everybody satisfied with this?
So, Councillor, just to reiterate the Chief Planner's comments, the devil is in the detail of this, and so I think going back and working through this is a good plan. But in particular, and the report doesn't specifically speak to this, but it's about the interface between the incentive programs that come through my office that support affordable ownership housing and how the planning regulation works. And that's certainly in the last 48 hours, some of the concerns that have come forward as to how much of this housing can you achieve through regulation, such as this particular definition and using Section 37, and how much of it can you achieve through programs and working with the market as opposed to regulating the market. And I don't think, unfortunately, I don't think we've provided you with the answers to those questions, and I think those are the ones that will come back, because on the one hand, we're asking Build Toronto to assist us in the delivery of affordable housing on with private sector organizations, but the examples of success we have are examples that involve nonprofit organizations. And Build Toronto's concern, as they spoke to me yesterday, was don't give us a task and then prevent us from achieving it. And I think we have to be able to come back to you and say that whatever we're coming forward with will work within the context of what we're asking Build Toronto to do.
This would prevent them from achieving it how?
Well, by putting expectations that they can meet certain definitions that they're going to be unable to achieve in the private market with the development industry, or that the subsidies associated with making that possible are going to be so deep that they're not going to have that money.
And when you're saying subsidy from the private sector or from Build?
No, the subsidies would either be from Build or from my program.
Okay. Are there questions others members have of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam? Thank you for your not saying anything about my running over time.
Not a problem. My pleasure. I just want to understand with respect to implementation, using Section 37 to secure affordable housing, home ownership options for citizens, would you describe that as being a successful program so far, one that you've been able to ensure implementation across the board where Section 37 agreements do kick in to zoning applications?
To the speaker. In fact, we've had limited success with the existing definition. That was one of the reasons why it was identified for review. There's a number of reasons for that in terms of the provision of ownership units. One being we haven't received a lot of large site applications whereby affordable ownership is a first priority community benefit. So in all other cases where a developer may elect to provide affordable housing on a site that's usually on a handful of units, and the implementation matters have been addressed differently in those cases. Now that with the adoption of OPA 214, which explicitly identifies affordable ownership units as an eligible Section 37 benefit, we're now in the position to work through those and identify how this policy opportunity may be used when there is an interest in affordable ownership housing. However, it's always a balance between the provision of ownership housing units and other potential community benefits.
And is the Section 37 benefits being used to purchase the units directly from the developer at below market cost, perhaps at their cost, whatever the cost is, recovering if they want to argue the land cost, even though they've got 60 stories above that, or is it just recovering the cost to fixture and do leasehold improvements in the unit? So for example, it's $150,000 worth of flooring, materials, and leaseholds. Are we using Section 37 to buy the units at market cost, below market cost, including land value, or below market cost, only leaseholds?
So my understanding, and I don't know the details of each individual agreement that has been struck in the past, my understanding is that it's at a below market cost, whereby the developer is obligated to sell those units to a particular nonprofit, and I believe that those prices and what goes into those prices varies at this point.
And so, given the fact that it's, we don't have a formula that seems to work, and councillors are left to sort of work with the individual planner, trying to make up the program as we go along, why is it that we don't have more information in this report that speaks to the acquisition of what would be deemed affordable home ownership options, as opposed to just only defining what is affordable home ownership in terms of quantums and percentiles of income as it relates to income? Because we don't have the inventory. We're all fighting over 14 units, 6 units, sporadically across 44 wards. Would it not be helpful to have that component in the report as well?
It's certainly something that the matters that have been identified for implementation are matters that have been raised for several years in the context of certain applications coming forward. However, in recent years, we actually haven't seen the development industry opt for the provision of ownership units on our large sites. Those have been predominantly rental units. And so that is where we have a very robust framework for how we implement. So certainly these are things that we've identified throughout the process and are continuing to work on.
Would you agree that that not be a core obstacle, like a major obstacle to expanding the affordable home ownership options for this in the city, if we cannot clearly define a formula that will work for the private sector, or several formulas, 2 or 3 formulas that will work for the private sector, as well as our nonprofit nonprofit affordable housing organizations and administrators?
So there certainly is an important piece, and one component of that is establishing a policy, a citywide policy, through the definition to provide at least an individual input into the formula for determining what would be an appropriate approach. But it's certainly, these are questions that have continued to come up throughout the process, and we're trying to move both components forward in parallel. And we certainly recognize the need to continue to work on those, and we hope that by clarifying the definition, that will help us move forward in maybe some of the more difficult aspects of implementation.
I just had a further comment regarding the use of Section 37. It's really a somewhat inappropriate tool for this purpose. It's designed for a variety of other purposes, for many other community services and benefits, and there's always competing interests and a modest amount of money usually available. So certainly other tools such as inclusionary housing would be more appropriate for this, and that's one of the reasons why it makes implementation so much more difficult, because we have to work on designing specific tailored agreements to deal with some of these issues about conditions of resale or maintaining affordability. We're doing the best that we can with the tools that are available.
Thank you. Councillor Dicciano, do you have questions?
No, I think they were answered. Thank you.
Okay. So we did have 2 speakers, however, and I've consulted with Councillor Bilo. I have a motion that I'm going to move to defer this to the April 16th meeting, when people can come back and try and get a resolution. So the motion is defer to the April 6th meeting and ask that the Chief Planner, Executive Director, City Planning meet with Build Toronto and key nonprofit affordable ownership organizations and submit a supplementary report on April 6, 2016 to address the concerns related to the proposed definition and planning and program implementation issues. So that is my motion. Are there any questions? If not, any speakers? Yes, Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just keep my remarks brief. I recognize that this report is trying to create something that is all, I think most of us who have been advocating for affordable housing and the widest range of options available, whether they be shared accommodations, rooming houses, or transitional housing, housing with supports, you name it, we need a range, the widest range of affordable housing. And this report only deals with a very small snapshot of what we need, which is affordable home ownership. And so the target of trying to achieve 400 additional homes every year is just a small piece of the bigger puzzle that we need to solve. So I know that there's a lot of time and effort being placed in this report, and for what I believe will probably be a very important component to the puzzle, but certainly not the one that's going to have the widest impact to provide quality housing for residents across the city, ones that are affordable to them based on their income. And some of that income may be $800 a month. This program will not help those residents who are living on Ontario Works, residents who are living with disabilities. This program does not support that range of individuals. I do think that as a councillor who receives a very large volume of development applications, and many of them are tall buildings, and now we're getting into the category of trying to understand the design build components of super tall buildings. I don't, in the 5 years and 3 months I've been at City Council, I have yet to be able to work with a developer and the planning staff to build out a consistent formula of acquisition using Section 37 money to secure affordable home ownership. We've done it on 2 files and limited success, and it's been confusing as heck for everyone involved, but they've tried, and those 2 developers are Diamond Corp as well as Great Gulf. They really tried, and they worked with Artscape. We contacted Kahila, and we worked with them trying to bring onto the market 23 units of affordable homeownership. That is the experience that we've had in Ward 27, and we have over 100 development applications. So I think there's a missed opportunity here in terms of how we actually deal with this. I wouldn't abandon this approach because we're sort of pulling together at the threads, trying to piece something together. But I do want to highlight that out of this report, we need to have an additional component, which I believe is missing. And that additional component is, how do you secure in a formulated and regulated way that's going to be standardized, so every developer that walks through the door understands that when we're asking them for affordable housing, home ownership opportunities, this is the template, and this is the business model we'd like them to use. So there's no confusion over whether or not we're also paying for land values, that we're only paying for perhaps the leasehold improvements at cost or at their labor costs installations, or perhaps there's a modest markup. We have to be consistent, and it hasn't been, and it's been very, very frustrating. And that's with people with good intentions, smart people around the table trying to figure this out, and we haven't been able to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. The intention is if we have a deferral, to speak to the deferral. But I appreciate your comments on it. And I didn't want to stop you. I mean, the reason I moved the deferral, as well as in consultation with Councillor Bilo, was to try and get the issues resolved. I would expect that the staff will contact both Councillor Bilo's office and myself when they're scheduling those meetings that we're asking for, so we can both be in attendance. And the devil's in the detail, which is what Sean gave back a comment to us, is something that should have been worked out before it gets here. I hate to have something come to committee where we have issues and we have to start to send it back where the issues weren't worked out. And that's where I find a disappointment in this, is that we should know what the details were, and we should have a way to move forward with this, and have people coming to say it's a great report, and instead we don't have that now. So I want to see this fixed, so it comes up that way next time, or else know what the issues are that we can't resolve. The motion then to defer, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Smart growth. So we have the report here. The recommendation is to receive it. There's some details on the back as to what the province said yes and no of. the planning staff are trying to work to see the changes that we need in the City of Toronto Act. Are there questions that you may have of staff? So, Councillor DiCiano.
Yeah, thanks. Just for clarification. So I guess prior to this, our official plan was amended every 5 years. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And with these changes now, it'll be every 10 years?
No, that isn't the outcome of Bill 73.
Can you just expand on that a little bit?
Bill 73 looks at having a new comprehensive plan as opposed to a thematic plan, and our review is based on thematic review, and that was not captured, so we're pursuing that through the amendments to CODA.
Okay, and did I read here that the employment lands review was going to go from 5 to 10?
Correct.
And does that come into?
Sorry, it's not going from 5 to 10. It's actually no longer required to be mandatory every 5 years.
Oh, so we can review it every 5 years or every 7 or whenever we want?
Council could direct staff to undertake another municipal comprehensive review at its choice.
Okay. So this is really a polite way of saying that we brought a lot of our concerns to the province and they didn't listen. And now it's suggesting, and we're all aware and we're all frustrated by the lack of attention that the province wants to provide us or direction that they want to be able to give us the powers. So I think this report says that it should go to another public consultation process. In layman's terms, what is the point of going to a public consultation process when the province just isn't going to, they didn't listen to us? What is that going to achieve for us that we go through a public consultation process on this?
On Bill 73? Or
no, on this. I believe I read that we're going to receive this for information, but that it's going to go through another round of comments from stakeholders?
Through the chair, what will go through another round of consultation is the regulations. When the province comes forward with regulations, we'll have the opportunity to have input and feedback into those regulations before the province moves forward with the regulations.
Gotcha. So on the things that they are bringing forward, right. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Sorry, are there any other questions of staff? Councillor Wong-Tam.
With respect to City Council having requested a number of changes to CODA, which I noticed is referenced in this report, in the report it also says that those legislative amendments to CODA are expected in the spring of 2016. We're kind of heading into the spring of 2016. Do we have any indications from the province early on whether or not they're going to accept many of the requests that we've put in?
The city manager's office has had ongoing discussions with the province, but we don't have any specific timing with respect to that. So spring could be March, April.
So then, understanding that we've tried to ask the province for the same things, many of them with respect to planning reforms from different channels now. Understanding that from the report, it sounds to me that the requests for changes to the Planning Act are not necessarily going to be, are not supported. That the things that are city initiated, city requested, that is correct.
Many of the requests that council made of the province did not get reflected in Bill 73.
So what can we do to ensure that the same requests that were denied through Bill 73 we will get the right answer, so that Councillor DiCiano's question about why are we doing this if we're going to get the wrong answer again, what can we do between now and the time that those amendments are officially released? What can we do to turn up the heat on the province?
The avenue is through CODA, because the review of Bill 73 is completed until the province comes back with a subsequent review. So our opportunity is through CODA. Our other opportunity is through the regulations. One important change that the province did adopt, but they haven't issued the regulation, is the ability for a council to determine what is a minor variance criteria around that.
And is the reason that we were not successful in receiving the reforms requested through Bill 173 is because it's got province-wide impact? Do you believe that we'll have greater success because it's the CODA reforms?
Through the chair, yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. The report is here to receive for information. Following up on your questions, if I could, just some brief comments, as you're absolutely right. We asked for a lot. We didn't get a lot. They're province-wide. But we're still asking for it. I think we're trying to make a really good point of allow it in the City of Toronto Act because we are somewhat different in relation to the size, amount of development and activity in the city. There were some good things in it. We're extending the review cycle of provincial policy statements from 5 years to 10 years. The ability to try to define what constitutes a minor variance because we'll still have to get that approved. Introducing voluntary mediation to the planning process by allowing council to require a 60-day period for alternative dispute resolution after an appeal has been made to the OMP. That could be very good, but it could also be abused because developers are now appealing after the time frame their applications to try and get their application ahead. And guess what? It's just slowing everything down and making the whole process slower. So hopefully they won't appeal just to have mediation, but they could have sat down and talked with us in advance, and they can do that anytime that they want if they're having a concern, try and get their issues resolved, because I think we've all been seeing examples of where that works when they bring the issues to the table. And preventing applications for minor variance for a 2-year period following the approval of any privately initiated zoning bylaw amendment. That's a good one as well. At least there's a little more stability in the process. You don't get your rezoning, and as soon as you get rezoning for your building, then making an application for minor variance because you didn't really put on the table everything you wanted. And then you've got your basic building under construction, and you're only going to fight about the extras and take that to a board hearing. At least there are some reasonable changes in here. I hope we're able to get more. I'm glad that we're working on it. And I thank the staff for all their hard efforts because it's been an awful lot of work to get to this stage. So the motion to receive, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. I initially didn't do item PG 10.7. We're still going through the agenda. If I could have your permission to deal with that, because I held it to get typed up. The motion is requested by Councillor Fletcher. This is in regards to 159 and 21 Don Valley Parkway, 630 and 50 Booth Avenue, and all the rest of the numbers on Eastern Avenue. It's the official plan amendment preliminary report. There's a motion that's up on the screen. Councillor Fletcher has asked that I put this forward to her. Staff are satisfied with it. Would you like a moment to read it? And there is a new recommendation, number 2. The bottom line here is to have a plan on the go forward for the area in general and to provide some good consultation, which he's asking for. I think it's all reasonable. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That's carried. The item then, to adopt the item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. 2015 City Planning Annual Report. Are there any questions on that?
Through the chair, did you want a few quick comments just to provide some context?
I heard a voice in my ear say yes, please. What I think you should all do is also, when we're talking, look at page 10, because I think page 10 in the report, talking about the number of applications that have come in, speaks volumes about what's happening in the division and the workload that they're under. But yes, absolutely, I'd like a brief presentation or brief comments.
Thank you very much. I will be very quick. This is our 3rd annual report. We began producing the reports in order to capture a snapshot of the volume of work and the trends with respect to the studies that we are undertaking in city planning. It's important to know that this is produced in-house by planning staff, and it's also published in-house by corporate services. It's distributed to all of our key stakeholder groups as well as City Council members, and it, of course, is consistent with industry standards, providing transparency and accountability with respect to the work program and budget that we have. You will see that the next item, I believe it's the next item, is the City Planning 2016 Study Work Program Forecast. Our work program in city planning is divided into two key areas. One is development review and implementation. The other is around strategic initiatives. If you turn to that graphic on page 10, this shows you the volume of development activity in the city. So this is approximately 50% of our workload in the City Planning Division. The important outcome here is that we, in fact, have continued to have very strong development growth in the city, including new development projects, including Committee of Adjustment applications, where we've seen an increase over last year, as well as heritage permit applications. You'll notice that there are new development projects scattered throughout the entire city, looking at this graphic, with a very intensive clustering in the 17 kilometers of the downtown core. You will notice that the Committee of Adjustment applications are also scattered throughout the city, much lower activity in Scarborough, a significant amount of activity in North York, in particular with respect to Committee of Adjustment, as well as in the City of Toronto. In the next item, when I speak to studies, I'll be walking through a little bit of an overview of how we are responding to our work program with respect to a whole variety of different studies. It's important to know that these work plan areas are conjoined, that we, in fact, when we have updated policy, we have less development applications. We also have more success at the Ontario Municipal Board. I'd like to just turn you back to the graphic. It's the third graphic in that shows input, people, process, and output. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. In 2015, we had 254 new development projects received. It's important to note that this breaks down into 477 applications, not including Committee of Adjustment applications. So this continues to be an astounding amount of volume. It's also important to note that we have had a significant volume with respect to planning and heritage applications in 2015, over 6,000. Importantly, as we have continued to advance our Heritage Conservation District studies, it's important to note that we will see the planning and heritage applications continue to increase, in part because we are bringing more heritage buildings under heritage protection, meaning that a process is required to make changes to those buildings. It's also important to note with respect to people that over the course of 2015, we consulted nearly 20,000 residents in person, but we also significantly increased our interactions that happened through social media as well as on the website. Importantly, with our new Application Information Center, we saw nearly 20,000 interactions on the website, people going to the website, clicking on a development proposal, looking at what has been proposed, looking at when the public meeting is coming forward, looking at the technical documents. We also had 29 Planners in Public Spaces event, which are our active initiatives to get out and work with the communities in advance of any kind of application coming forward. You'll also note that we had 509 reports to committees and council. And as you've seen just now with the report with respect to affordable housing, each one of those reports typically involves a consultation process. It involves iteration. It also frequently involves amendments and changes to our work program and scope of work, as the previous item before this committee demonstrated. It's also very important to know that in the last quarter of 2015, we received 27 new work program requests from committee and council. This is an unsustainable number, and I will, in the context of that item, talk a little bit about how we manage and prioritize the work program requests that we receive. But one of the tensions that we face is that our work program is in a constant state of flux. The last piece that I'll highlight on this page is that 83% of our development is occurring within our targeted growth areas. This is, in fact, a very high number. It's always been in the mid-80s over the course of the past 4 years. But this is a success. This is an achievement of our official plan policy framework and the extent to which we manage and shape growth in the city. I hope you enjoy reading this document and seeing the breadth of work that has been undertaken by the City Planning Division over the course of 2015.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor DiCiano?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions. My understanding was that the work plan for 2016 was going to include direction for exhibition grounds, and I don't see it in here. Sorry, we're on 4, I guess. Okay, I'll wait for 5, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so Jennifer, on page, if I have a question of you, on page, whatever it was you were referring to, the input, people, process, and output pages? Yes. So what were the new projects or development projects received in 2014? Do you know the number? Was it similar?
Oh, I see.
Would it have been about a similar number of new projects in 2014?
It would have been similar a little. I believe it's a little bit lower in 2015 than 2014, the overall new development projects. But it's important to note that...
That's okay. I'm looking for a number. Give you my second question, she'll understand what I'm asking instead of... thank you. So I've got around 500 projects in. So when I look at the output, I show 123 projects out. So it's...
Correct.
We're falling further and further behind.
No, it's important to recognize that projects typically take multiple years for approval, and we have those approvals broken down by year.
I understand that, but if you've got 250 in 14 and 250 in 15, and you did a similar amount finished in 14, a similar amount finished in 15, then we're falling behind in the projects, in the deliverables.
Respectfully, I think that reflects the fact that there's always a significant number of projects, hundreds at a given time, that are at some stage in the approval process.
Okay, so those are the kind of numbers that I think my office was trying to find out, and hopefully we can work on offline so I understand where it is, and then the issue is to find out why they're not there. It's not meant in my questioning of you to be a comment that you're not finishing things. I'm trying to understand why that's happening, and I've also heard from our friends in legal and yourself in planning how many of the applications now are getting appealed to the Ontario Municipal Board, which is putting a greater strain on the system because they're trying to get ahead of the queue and is causing us further problems. So I hope to work with both of you to be able to identify that and the Deputy City Manager to see where that is so we can see how we deal with those issues. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor DiCiano?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, page 38, we see the Bayview Townhouse Design Guidelines. Are those different? Is there different guidelines for a specific area that trump the townhouse guidelines that we're working on?
Through the chair, that's an important question. The Bayview Townhouse Guidelines were designed specifically for Bayview in light of a whole series of applications that were coming forward for infill townhouse issues. It was as a result of the Bayview Townhouse Guidelines that we took a step back and realized that we needed to create citywide guidelines for townhomes and multi-unit residential. So in some ways, this is like a specific case study that led to the citywide policy that's currently under development today.
But in the Bayview area,
their design guidelines will be the format to work with respect to new applications?
Through the chair, these guidelines were designed specifically for Bayview, but they, in fact, the principles and directions and design considerations in these guidelines have now been rolled up into guidelines that we're creating citywide.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Don't see any other questions. Brief comments on it are, I'm glad the report's here. I'm really glad to see how favorably Fort York Bridge is always brought up in this, seeing as I instigated the deferral of that in the first place when I was on the Works Committee, and now it's come out to be a great benefit to the city. So I always now have to, because I got a little bit of heck for that when I deferred it on my colleague at the time. Love to see the fact that it's pointed out how great it's been. Tippett Road regeneration and some of the other ones that we were able to get staff to work on and go forward. Of course, I love seeing the ones that I've been able to push forward a little bit in here, and thank you for that. And the Bayview Townhouse guidelines for my colleague, Councillor DiCiano, were asked for by both the councillors south of Bayview first, when there were not going to be any townhouses, and the board approved one project, so it spurred development south of 401. Then my colleague, Councillor Fillion, who asked for them on the west side of Bayview Avenue because they were unique but had houses facing the street. And now my community has asked for them because there are corner lots that where the homes aren't facing the streets and other ones that are. So it's now another issue, and each one they're using the work that they've done in the past to come forward because they're all different. So hopefully as the townhouse guidelines come forward, all the work that's been done there will be used in it, because it definitely is, in some cases, not always as welcomed as it could be to the community, and having the guidelines in place and other work is helpful. And I think the division's done an awful lot of work here this year, and they try to highlight it to us once a year, and I appreciate that. The motion is to receive adopt the staff recommendation, which is to receive the report. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. The next item is the 2060 study work program forecast. Are there questions then, Councillor DiCiano, staff?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. So yeah, let's go back to, I think there was direction from council or from executive committee that included the OP review of Exhibition Place. And I thought that planning during that time said that they could fit it into 2016. And I'm wondering if I'm not seeing it here on your work plan.
Through the chair, this is a perfect example of what we're talking about the moving target of the work program. This report was written and produced prior to that executive committee meeting. So that's a reflection of how what you have in front of you is constantly in a state of flux and constantly changing. So we are updating the work program to integrate that into 2016. But that decision at exec was prior to this report being produced.
So it will be in your 2016 work plan?
That's correct.
Right. And just how I read this, so you've got two columns. One is complete, one is moved to 2016. So if I just take an example, the Steeles Redley regeneration area, it says complete, but I thought we had sent it back for some further discussion, consultation. How do we, why does it say complete?
Through the chair, thank you for that question as well, because it's a really critical one. We have a series of ways that we measure when we've completed a report. We do not measure it when it is approved by council, because often it will be deferred or it'll go through years and years of machinations. So when we report out to committee, we've met our obligation. We might then be referred back to do further work, but we put a tick beside that box when we complete the recommendation and the report and bring it forward to council.
If I could just interject, I think in our next version of the work program, we could also have an intermediate column that says, and approved by councilors, have some status on the council action.
Yeah, I think that would.
I think that would probably capture the spirit of the question.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea, because that's just one example of many that I know we're still going to be working on. So, okay, as long as we can see a little bit more information in the next work plan. That's all my questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. Councillor Wong Tam.
Very much. I'm just looking on page I'm looking on page 15, service level activities. These are studies that are underway or targeted for completion by the end of 2016. It seems to be a very long list, and perhaps even longer, because some of these are complicated, major reports that are asked of the planning, transportation, service staff. Are you going to be able to complete all this, given the resources that you have?
Through the chair, no, we will not. Thanks for asking. This speaks to the iterative process that we're constantly going through, evaluating projects as they come forward. We know at the beginning of the year, when we initiate a series of proposals and work program items, that they will end up getting bumped as a result of other priorities. I'll draw your attention on page 3 of the report. In the middle of the page there, you'll see, in determining which items to prioritize for completion in any year, we look at a series of 5 criteria: integration with city building activity in the official plan vision, alignment with strategic reinvestment, identification of key trends or addressing policy pressures. So for example, the province comes forward with Bill 73 and asks us to report out on our recommendations with respect to it. That would be something that there's a policy pressure that needs to be addressed immediately, and that would get integrated into our work program mid-year. Mandated reviews and legislative changes, and then timelines for key decisions on decisions on council key priorities. So for example, twice now we have undertaken a casino assessment that has come through mid-year, but there was a timeline to report out given an external pressure, which meant we adjusted the work program to respond. We're conscious that it's very tricky and can be difficult to manage public expectations when the work program bumps around, which is why we're very careful and reticent to bump projects that have a large and significant public component. Think of Consumers Next, for example. And we attempt to be as aggressive as possible in maintaining the work program and driving the work program forward. And we update on our website changes that we do make to the work program so that we can manage public expectations. But at the end of the day, it's the nature of the political environment that we work in.
Just a quick follow-up question. Recognizing that the federal budget will be dropped, or introduced rather, on March the 22nd, the Minister of Finance has articulated, I think, repeatedly in the public and through media sources that he's looking for shovel-ready infrastructure projects. And my understanding is that flood protection for the Portlands could be one of those components. I'm speculating. I think we all hope to have that to be the case. Is there a way for us to ensure that there's a lens over these reports to make sure that the ones that can get to completion, the ones that can be shovel-ready, that will be ready to respond to the government when they announce their infrastructure funding and the budget that will be introduced?
Through the chair, absolutely. That's number 2 in our criteria, alignment with strategic reinvestment. So there's some kind of strategic reinvestment priority comes forward. We will adjust our work program to ensure that we're delivering in keeping with that strategic reinvestment that is coming forward from other levels of government. So that's another one of the variables and considerations in adjusting the work program.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So I did have a question. I'm trying to do it quickly. So in here, this is the list of the 2016 work plan and the carryovers from 2015. Am I right?
That's correct.
And then outside of this, how many other requests would you have the council would have given you?
Requests as of 20...
Either from council or the plans that you're planning to do yourself that aren't fitting into this year's work plan?
As soon as a request comes forward, we bring it into this prioritization framework. So you're asking about items that are not on this list?
Right. This is the 2016 initiatives. So there's a lot of stuff that isn't here.
That's correct. There's almost 80 items that are not on this list.
So you would have a list of another 80 items that are outstanding. And then that's it? Because there's been times at council when my colleagues have asked for things to do a study report or whatever, and I've kindly asked them to discuss with you their request in relationship to other work programs that you have. And we've also asked you to do this report and come back to us if you're going to be doing major changes to the work plan, so we know what's finished and not to get some control of it. So you're saying there's about 80 other items that are out there?
For 2017 alone, there are 80 items that have been slated into 2017. Once we get into Q3 and Q4, we'll begin adjusting that list because we'll see what we're
There's
bumping
80
from
for 2017. Are there items now that will be into 2018?
That's correct. So last year, we
let me
did a
ask you-
5-year.
2017, 2018, 2019, 2020. How many other initiatives do you have stacked up to do? Ballpark.
Ballpark, so I know the number from last year when we did the 5-year, last year it was 309. Some of those items have been moved into this year, but now new items have been added. So ballpark, I would say 300. There's about 300 items that are pending to be completed.
And you've got a list of those.
Yes, we absolutely do, because, yes.
Thank you. I was trying to in asking the question, provide some concept as to how much work is still there, because that's the question that we have when we always say, well, can you just do something else for us? Not that it's not important. And if I'm correct, then 75 items were scheduled for 2015. 18 of those were carried forward, so you completed 53 of the 75. I have a second question to follow it up, but I'm looking on page 4. It says 75 items were scheduled in completion in 2015, 18 were carried over to 2016. So of the 75, you finished 53 of the 75?
We finished 57.
Okay. And then council helped you out because we added 27 more items.
That's correct.
So we added half of what you completed. Half of what you did on your own. Whatever you had at the beginning of the year, we were kind enough to you to say, we want you to do 50% more than what you actually completed.
That's correct.
Okay, I just wanted you to appreciate us for everything that we do for you. Okay. So the motion and the recommendation here is to receive the report for information. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. The employment survey, we have that left to do. We've done Booth, and then we've done Judson. And then after lunch, we're supposed to come back and deal with the mid-rise building performance standards. Am I right? Yeah, well, we said that we're going to try and, so can we do the employment standards relatively quickly? Or is it a longer presentation? We're okay? So if we, okay, so why don't you go with it? So you have to be careful because there is this kind of thing happening out there, and staff kind of have to be cognizant of a 12:30 break.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Eric Allen, and I work as a project manager in research and information in the City Planning Division. I'm here today to summarize the results of the 2015 Toronto Employment Survey. This annual survey, conducted by City Planning, is an essential part of the division's ongoing program to monitor the changing social, economic, and built environment of the city. Our data is used on a daily basis throughout the corporation to plan for services and infrastructure, assess development impacts, and to inform economic development initiatives. The survey results also help formulate planning policy, including official plan reviews, implement provincial initiatives such as the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe and Metrolinx's Big Move, and support city positions in evidence at the OMB. So the survey presents an annual picture of change in Toronto's economy. We collect current, accurate, and comprehensive information on the number of jobs, the primary land use and type of employment activity taking place at each business location. This enables us to monitor the relationship between economic activity and land use. And through our consistent coding approach, the survey provides a rich resource of time series data to examine long-term economic trends in the City of Toronto. So in 2015, Toronto's economy performed well. We outperformed the provincial and federal economies. Overall employment grew 2.7%, adding 37,870 jobs from 2014 for a total of for 1.4 million jobs across the city. Now, the post-recession recovery continues, and we've consistently added jobs since 2011. Most of them being in the last 5 years. So this map shows an important measure of employment distribution across the city, reflecting the city's planned urban structure with distinct job concentrations in the downtown, centers, and employment areas, demonstrating their continued vitality. In 2015, the survey showed that almost half the jobs are in the office sector, followed by institutional, service, and retail categories. The other sector, which includes entertainment venues, community and recreation uses, was the fastest growing sector, although the smallest, followed by the office and service categories in terms of growth. Now, looking at the 10-year sector trends, we can see that most sectors have grown over the last 10 years, with the exception of manufacturing and retail. Now, most of the employment growth has been in office, and also institutional and service sectors. Just a couple of key points on this. So the manufacturing sector, as you know, continues to decline as a result of structural changes in the North American economy as we shift towards service production from goods, service delivery from goods production. Now, the good news that in the City of Toronto, this decline has slowed in recent years. We've seen a lot of additional entrance into the manufacturing sector. Just moving to office briefly, which has been Toronto's predominant sector for over 30 years. We added 121,000 jobs over the last 5 years. It's huge. Finally, I'll just touch on institutional. And despite a decline in 2015, the institutional sector has been, before that, the fastest growing sector in Toronto. The sector grew by 34,000 jobs in the last 5 years. Now, in 2015, the survey counted 1 million full-time jobs for the ninth year in a row. This is a very good indicator of the city's economic health. Now, full-time employment increased by 14,300 and change jobs, a gain of 1.4%, and part-time employment increased by 23,000 jobs, a larger gain of 7.3%. This surge in part-time employment appears to be partly due to hiring during the Para-Pan Am Games in the summer of 2015. And over the last decade, just over half of new jobs were full-time, demonstrating the stability of the economy. So just briefly, this long-term trend towards increased part-time employment in the retail sector, it can be seen on this graph here, but it should be noted that this trend is not true in the service and in the fast-growing service and office sectors. In office, part-time jobs are only 1 in 6, whereas in the service sector, they're only 1 in 3 jobs.
I have to get you to go real quick because the clock is saying 12:30, and clerk staff have to leave then.
I'll skip through.
All right.
Just briefly, the strength of the economy can be seen in the number of business entrants, which continue to choose Toronto over other jurisdictions. We saw 4,400 new establishments, which created 39,430 jobs in 2015. And more than half of these were located in downtown and the employment areas. And including the centers, that was 61% of these located in areas targeted for employment growth. And just briefly touching on manufacturing again, we attracted 220 new manufacturing establishments, and 1,320 jobs. I'll skip over the NAICS stuff here, just saying that we have our 50% of our jobs are in the top 5 categories of NAICS, which shows a bit of a service bent.
Sorry, just a point of order. It's now 12:31. I recognize that there's a request.
I'm okay, Councillor. I've got it.
You got
I
it?
can't extend it.
No, I'm not asking to extend it, I'm asking to conclude it and then to resume the meeting after lunch.
Well,
With respect to work to rule order.
I've got it. I got 2 minutes technically on the official clock.
Okay, I also have questions.
Okay. So have you finished the presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, don't mean to rush you. So then we can adjourn for lunch. After lunch, we'll come back with some questions if there's of you at that time, because we have to adjourn. My colleagues, we also have in front of us after lunch the mid-rise performance standards, which we needed an opportunity to discuss together and that's what's scheduled for 1:30, so I hope you can all come back then, so we can have that discussion, and we'll finish off this item here at that time. We'll stand adjourned till then. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Test 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4. Check 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Good afternoon. Would members of the Planning and Growth Management Committee please report to Committee Room 1 for quorum?
Okay, so we are good to go. We have quorum. If I can get my colleagues' attention. So we'll call a meeting back to order. Councillor Wong Tam, we were dealing with the item on the employment. Why don't we finish that off while we're here? You had some questions of staff. They've eagerly awaited those over lunchtime.
I hope they got to eat lunch. I appreciate the opportunity to ask these questions, and I want to do so because I know that staff put a lot of effort and time into preparing the reports, and sometimes we maybe rush through them too quickly. With respect to the graph that was shown with the retail sector and those numbers, are they gone? Sorry, I just don't have a copy of your presentation in front of me. And I don't know if it was presented to the members. So I'm trying to do this by memory. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you very much. Okay, yes, it is. There's no number to the page. Okay, it's this one that has no number. So I want to understand with respect to the decline of retail and the increase of services in terms of the service sector. How does, and I recognize that maybe manufacturing could be put into this bucket. When we're talking about the sharing economy, which is sort of this catchphrase that floats out there as if it's a regulated entity, which we know it's not right now. But there's certainly some very compelling numbers, whether quoted by Airbnb, Flipkey, or perhaps AutoShare, that it's a real thing, and UberX, Uber. So how is that captured, that data? How's that data captured here? Or is it? Or is that captured in the bar graph known as other? I'm looking at this chart, just so you know.
Through the chair, I'll just, can I let you answer that one?
Sure.
Yep, okay, thanks.
Okay. Through the chair, we're working on capturing people who have, as we call it, no usual place of business. And so a lot of these, the counts in either the retail or service category are counted because we survey the one head office. So we will survey something like Beck Taxi and capture all the Beck Taxi drivers because we talk to Beck. But generally, there is an undercount because the survey is a survey of employment across the city, and so it does not count people who work from home or who don't have a usual place of employment, such as the construction trades. But we're increasingly capturing people by understanding where the kind of head office is, where they might come in once a month just to pick up a check, home nursing facilities, people of that nature.
And so are you able to use the methodology that you have right now to capture home-based businesses, social enterprises, independent contractor style of businesses? It seems to be, to me, there's a lot of folks who identify themselves as consultants. They give me their business card and it's their home address and what type of consultant work they do. It's wide ranging. But I'm just really curious to know how much of the workforce is not captured in this information, and what is the value of that?
Thanks. Through the chair. At the moment, we are estimating somewhere in the order of 6 to 8%. At the moment, we don't have a methodology for capturing people who are considered either footloose employment or work from home. We're working to remedy that this year in the upcoming survey through some data research and data sourcing techniques to try to fill in some of that detail. But we know that difference because of our ability to get data from Statistics Canada.
And is that 6 to 8%, is that on the rise or is that on the decline?
Through the chair, the percentage is actually increasing slightly. The employment survey is a survey of business establishments, and we know that by comparing it to the federal census in past years, that the percentage of employment with no usual place of work has grown slightly from about 5% towards about 6 to 6.5%. Given the undercount as to how Stats Canada counts jobs and people, and the undercount in our survey, we're clear that the percentage is in fact increasing, but we're doing a pretty good job of capturing all the employment with the usual place of work. So some of that employment that you mentioned through UberX and the sharing economy is identified where those independent contractors contract with a business office to host their business services even though they work out of their home. So we're doing a fairly good job of capturing that employment, but there is definitely an undercounted component.
Thank you.
I didn't hear anyone else with questions. It's a report for information. Did you have comments you wanted to make, Councillor Wongtam? A motion. So, staff have the motion?
Yes, they do.
Can they put the motion up on the screen? Oop. So we don't have the motion. So what we could do, Councillor Wongtam, is why don't we thank you very much for your presentation. We're just going to come back to adopt the receipt and the motion later. We'll move on to the item that we're trying to deal with at 1:30. And thank you for all your hard work on this and keep creating jobs in the city. And the more full-time than part-time, the better we'll like the reports. Okay. So, and I see we had some of our colleagues join us and any others that are in the building that may have braved the weather to get down here. That's terrific. We were going to deal now with the mid-rise building performance standard monitoring report. And so, can we deal with that after, Councillor Wongtam? I'll deal with it then. Because we're moving into this now where our colleagues are here and some have the time.
Perhaps what I can do is just move the motion while they're setting up. It's actually really brief, and the staff are still here. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair?
Well, it's a direction, so I had a question on the direction because I don't know how easy it is to them to do it. So that's why, let's deal with the, if you don't mind, because I understand and appreciate what you're trying to get is more comprehensive. Just want to know that they can actually do it if we're directing them to do something. So, what we're dealing with is
will have to
the
stay.
mid-rise building performance standards. It's in committee. There's always that issue of how can we deal with something as a council and not make recommendations, but still meet on it because of the Municipal Act. So what I chose was a interesting path to bring the item back to committee. I chose to bring the item back to committee so we can have a presentation, ask questions, get information between now and when it actually comes back to committee, which is going to be in, when is it coming back officially? I think it's May, isn't it? So the item will be back officially and we'll have other public deputations in May. But this was an opportunity to get staff to give us an update where they are, what they're trying to achieve in it, to ask our questions, have that discussion amongst us and questions. We can't move any motions, we can't give them any directions, and we can't make any decisions. But when it comes back by May, I hope that I've had a chance to hear from everyone here, the rest of my colleagues, others have spoken, and then be able to deal with the concerns that we have. I've also asked staff if they would take note of all the comments or questions that are made today so we have a record of that and we know what people are asking. And they're going to do that, and at least we'll have some notes into the questions that are here. So why don't the two people that are there, I think you've met all of my colleagues, but Harold and Allison, do everyone know you here or not?
No, I certainly hope so.
So.
Hello.
Everyone knows who's presenting to us? Allison?
Allison Reid.
So Allison's doing all the work on the report. Harold's just, kind of watching it.
I'm just here to look good. But I also want to acknowledge that both, of course, Carrie and Jennifer may also assist with respect to the...
Absolutely. So what have you got for us first?
Well, just you will recall that the intent of this unique portion of the meeting is really for us to do a very brief presentation to provide some a quick overview of the mid-rise monitoring report and some clarification around that. And just to help to set the framework for the discussion following, which is really, the intent here is for us to listen more than anything to any other concerns that you might raise with respect to the mid-rise monitoring report, given that we're reporting back in April. So this is an opportunity for us to listen to you and to hear any further concerns that you might have or any comments that you might want to provide that we can respond to.
Okay, so let's go, and I know Councillor Fillion had wanted to be here. He's homesick with the flu. So it's probably better for us that he's not here. If he's watching at home, hope you feel better, John. Glad you're not here. Well, only because he has the flu. So Allison, you're going to do a presentation, or Harold?
I'm going to do the presentation, and
Okay.
going to give me the moral support. Okay. All right. So this is meant to be about a 10-minute presentation. It's brief. If there are any questions that arise in the context of the presentation, we'll be happy, of course, to take those questions, and we can revisit any slides that you'd like. So just a quick overview. Mid-rise. When we talk about mid-rise, it is about referring to a range of a building typology. We have on one side of the spectrum tall buildings, which are greater in height than the adjacent primary right-of-way. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have, of course, four stories or less, which are considered low-rise buildings. And in the middle is what we consider a mid-rise building. So nothing exceeding the height of the right-of-way and anything above 4 stories. We in Toronto have a history of mid-rise urbanism that dates right back to the turn of the last century, and of course, and right up until today. And so this is something that has evolved over time and according to a variety of different planning objectives, but it certainly is a typology that we've had in the city throughout its history. Today, we see mid-rise buildings in all of our districts and across the city, and it's still relatively a modest form of building that we see in Toronto. It's not something that we see extensively used, and it's really in more recent years that we've seen a take-up in the development of mid-rise buildings. This contrasts in comparison to some other cities. For example, Boston and Paris, two examples, one in North America, one in Europe, where we have a much richer mid-rise fabric and a kind of culture of building mid-rise buildings that have persisted throughout the decades and up until recently. When you look at the city of Toronto and its form and its urban form, it's what we consider a multi-centric city, but predominantly a low-rise one. So if you look across the landscape, what you see is a kind of growing juxtaposition or extremes between very tall and, of course, the protected neighborhoods, which are low-rise. And this is the mid-rise is really an opportunity and a means for which we can continue to accommodate growth along our main streets while complementing our neighborhoods. So the important objective with respect to mid-rise, and just to clarify this, and this is something that, of course, was the basis of the mid-rise strategy, is that we're trying to accommodate growth with a more gentler density in appropriate areas. We're trying to support local retail amenities and walkability as well as transit along our corridors. In many ways, this is also an opportunity to revitalize a lot of our main streets. And with respect to neighborhoods, this is really an important opportunity for us to create what we call complete neighborhoods or complete communities where people can continue to live in their neighborhoods but may downsize, or maybe young couples who are moving out of the house but want to stay in the neighborhood. It provides a different typology, variety of different housing choices within those neighborhoods. And they also, because of the mixed uses that come with it and the critical mass to support those mixed uses, it also means that they're complete communities because within walking distance you can have, of course, all the retail and services that you need. And of course, there's opportunities for public benefits and public realm improvements that happen in conjunction with those developments. Important to note that the official plan, through its avenues, identifies that, mid-rise, that's one of the low-hanging fruits, a kind of immediate opportunity for mid-rise, and that's why avenues were targeted for mid-rise development as being the most appropriate location for mid-rise buildings. And that came out of a number of avenue studies that were undertaken following the adoption of the official plan, which consistently arrived at a mid-rise form. And that was something that was consistently arrived at the conclusion that mid-rise was the appropriate form along our avenues. So in terms of a bit of history about how we make mid-rise happen, though the official plan was adopted, there still wasn't a great deal of movement along our avenues with respect to mid-rise, and there wasn't an uptake in the development community with respect to building along the avenues. So a public symposium was held in 2005 looking at exploring opportunities and the challenges that existed out there with respect to mid-rise buildings. And in 2007, Council gave a clear direction to staff to seek out viable solutions to promote the development of mid-rise buildings along avenues. In response to that, an interdivisional team was established, and in 2010, the mid-rise building study was undertaken and adopted by Council, and that's kind of really how we got to where we are today. So the key purpose of the Avenues and Mid-Rise Buildings study was to expedite and encourage more and better designed mid-rise buildings along the avenues. And avenue studies were important, but they take time and a tremendous amount of resources. And we were rolling out that many avenues for almost 200 kilometers would take many, many years. And so these guidelines really served to provide guidance in the absence of any along many of these avenues. So it was really a way in which to provide guidance in the absence of any existing plans and any guidance that were necessary for built form. The outcome was 36 performance standards meaning that there were certain performances that were the objective of the guidelines, and meeting that was really a priority. And one must stress that this study came out of a very comprehensive exercise that involved extensive consultation, and its purpose was primarily to unlock the avenues and manage growth across the city. So in 2010, the performance standards were adopted, as I said before, and the council at the time had also identified the importance of monitoring their effectiveness, and this is why we reported back to the PGM last year with respect to the monitoring, which was about a 5-year period for that process. And so what we did is, of course, reported back on the effectiveness, and some recommendations were made around changes to those guidelines. Just with respect to the influence of the performance standards, the guidelines are just one part of the toolkit that implements official plan policies, and it's one specific to mid-rise buildings. So yes, it has been used for the development review of avenues and, of course, informing avenue studies, but it's also assisted in terms of harmonizing our zoning bylaw. It's informing the 5-year official plan review, and it's also assisting, of course, in the development review beyond avenues, because in many instances, it's a helpful tool where we don't have a tool with respect to mid-rise buildings. Of course, it's also informing secondary plans and planning studies underway. So last fall, City Planning brought forward 2 reports in response to Council's key directions for monitoring of the performance standards. And as you're aware, today's presentation and discussion stems from the outcomes of those reports brought to PGM. And I'll just finish with a couple of slides highlighting what we've heard thus far, and that will help to maybe kick off the conversation. So in terms of what we heard so far from Council and deputants is there needs to be more clarification on how and where the performance standards actually apply. So monitoring reveals that a large percentage of those mid-rise applications that were approved, in fact, majority of them actually happened outside of avenues. So clearly, mid-rise buildings are occurring across the city, mostly in mixed-use areas, apartment neighborhoods in the downtown, and this guidance has actually proven to be useful in those applications. We also heard that there needs to be more refined factors with respect to determining maximum building height. That means responding to local context and prevailing character. It means that we have to be more clear about compliance with respect to all angular planes. And this is very important because in the reading of the report and in the reading of the guidelines, it's very clear that the maximum height of 1-to-1 is not the starting point. It's actually, that's the maximum height that you can achieve, assuming you've actually met all of the other guidelines. So it's a very important emphasis that maybe needs to be considered in the revisions to the guidelines. Another thing that we heard that was also important was around the restricted, around the mechanical penthouses and the wrapping of the mechanical penthouses with actual inhabitable spaces and units. And so this was something that was actually leading to an exceeding of the 1-to-1 height, or the perception of that. Although the mechanical penthouse might be conforming to the angular planes, it still is perceptively additional stories if it was to be wrapped. So that's something that needs further clarification. Another thing that we heard also is about better addressing local character and the pedestrian scale. This is something that was brought up over and over again. And this is really about three key things about the street wall height. When we talk about the street wall, we're talking about that, what's often referred to as a pedestrian perception zone in the guidelines. But it's really that part of that building that is most impactful on the street, most evident and most visible. And that the clarity on the height of that and the step back so that it's consistent with the character of the areas, providing more direction around how to create more finer grained, smaller types of shops and retail stores that might be consistent with the context, and also setbacks, the building setbacks consistent with the existing character of the area. So to end this presentation, really the key question that we want to ask today is what additional issues and matters are important in reviewing the mid-rise guidance. We heard a lot. This was just to provide a bit of a summary of some of the key points that we heard, and this is an opportunity for us to listen to you and others who might want to add to that conversation.
So questions? Councillor Fragadakis.
Oh, thanks very much, Harold, for your presentation. I have some specific questions around how this plays out at street level, right? Because, I mean, you designate something like Danforth Avenue as an avenue, and the conditions along Danforth in the area that I represent are different all along the street. And because some of those properties that are larger sites that are possible for mid-rise is described out in this presentation, and some of them are separated from the residential neighborhoods by a laneway, and others are not. Some of them are right up against two-story houses. And so these guidelines, are just that. And people come in with 8 stories and they think it's appropriate that there's an 8-story building because they followed the guidelines, yet they're abutting somebody's house right behind it with no separation from the laneways. So I'm kind of curious as to how you are going to incorporate, like, that site conditions are different all along a particular avenue. I have another one, it's Broadview Avenue, and it's not on the grid in the same way that other streets are, because there's 2 egresses from Broadview on the west side. One is Pottery Road and the other one is the Bloor Viaduct. And yet there's recommendations about all kinds of things that could happen on these sites, and yet the conditions of the neighborhood are pretty severe because there's not a lot of ways out. So you're actually adding height, yet you're right up against people's homes.
Okay, this is a very good question. The great thing about a performance standard approach to a guideline, and we'll want to look in more detail at some of these applications that you're concerned with specifically, just to assess whether they're actually even following the guidelines, because if they are, they shouldn't be butting up against the houses in a way that would be overwhelming, because the guidelines have been designed in such a way to be very responsive on a site-by-site basis, because there are lines that are drawn for each site that actually are tailored to that site. So an angular plane might vary from site to site to site, but it will always result in the same outcome with respect to the relationship to...
Yeah, I know, but they're guidelines, so people often come in for a rezoning or an official plan amendment, so they use this as a guideline, and then they want more exceptions to the rules. So then they'll pierce the angular plane and they'll start to project from it.
So, and that's where we need to think about and consider, and this is what we're going to... There are some matters like this, particularly angular planes and the maximum height, that can be reinforced through our official plan policies. And that's something that this is a great opportunity timing-wise, because we're in the process of doing an official plan review, which is looking now at built form policies. You may know that the official plan addresses in policy tall buildings, but doesn't address mid-rise buildings. And so this is an opportunity for us to introduce mid-rise building policies that will provide further clarity on the things that we don't think are negotiable, right? So
the other slide I look at here is the one that says what we've heard from council and deputants, and the one that shows the 20-meter right-of-way with a 20-meter height maximum. And often we see these applications where they come in and it's 80% of the right-of-way width at street level and no articulation in these buildings. So it's like a solid wall for people who are pedestrians on a street. like Broadview or Danforth, and it's, people's homes are there at 2 stories, and then you come up against this monolith. I mean, perhaps 8 stories for some in the downtown isn't that big, but if all you see are bungalows and 2-story and 3-story houses, the contrast is pretty severe, and there's no requirement for them to do some kind of articulation and to set it back or do something that's kind of defining for the building so that it's not like this solid wall.
So and I'll go back to this term, the pedestrian perception zone is actually meant to address that. And we've heard loud and clear that the interpretation of that, the understanding of that needs further clarification, because that is meant to address contexts in which you have a more low-rise, prevailing low-rise condition. And so the building and its relationship to the street should be just try to reinforce that low-rise condition. So the 80% may be too high for that. And so in those locations, we would bring down this, introduce an additional step back that would be consistent with and particularly along character areas that have been identified. That would be one of the intents of that.
Or even in some instances, like, because they build right to the lot line, right? Whereas in some neighborhoods, there's like where there's commercial areas, there's like these setbacks, and it's kind of an interesting, I don't know how to describe it, but it's an old world kind of store where the windows are out forward and the door is set back so that the door can actually open without hitting the pedestrians walking by.
Yeah. Another good point that was also consistent with the concerns that were raised, and that was something that we've identified as something that needs to be addressed, which is that the setbacks currently in the guidelines have a somewhat downtown-centric approach, and that they need to be more responsive to conditions in which there are varying setbacks and landscape conditions even more residential contexts in which a setback is actually more advisable and preferred.
Okay, thanks very much. I know it's my 5 minutes.
Well, we'll keep going around. I want you all to have enough chance to ask any questions or give any comments that you want. It's like a working session for us. So we'll keep going around. I understand there's one person who wanted to depute, but we're not taking deputations. That'll be on the 6th of April, but I'm going to ask my staff to talk with you as well and with the deputant that's here who hasn't registered yesterday and see what comments are, and we'll try and take that into account. But for anyone who's watching or publicly or coming in, deputations will be on the 6th of April. It's not May, it's April's coming back here. We'll be able to hear from people then. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me come back for like 4th month in a row. Feels like Groundhog Day and Deja Vu and all those ones. One thing I've been thinking about in the last 4 months, and I'm going to try not to repeat what I've done before. We need to tie the mid-rise guidelines, standards to the other departments more. Because a building can come in and it's not too bad, it fits maybe, but then so I should say it's too big and everything, but then none of the other departments will actually oppose it. So one department will say, okay, well, we have a slight problem here, but no one else is going to oppose it, so I'm not going to oppose it. I have never, ever, except for once, had any other department oppose a building. And yet, when you actually look at sometimes how it flows, the traffic and things, it makes it difficult. So I think we need to give the other departments somehow some more teeth so they're able to stand up and say, hey, maybe we shouldn't have it above the guideline because everyone goes above the guideline. Maybe we should be complaining that we need to reduce it because of traffic. For instance, I just had a development come in, pre-application, thank goodness, right now. They didn't know the traffic controls we have put around that site. They didn't know that people actually couldn't go directly onto their street where they're going to have all their cars going in and out. So I think we should be looking at the other departments and give them some more teeth when it's input with the mid-rise. I don't know if we can do that.
Well, and my colleagues may respond to this as well, but I'll kick it off through you, Mr. Chair, that the other departments and divisions do comment and are provided the opportunity in the approval process to oppose as well.
Yeah.
The planning division does not overrule. It negotiates and tries to coordinate responses to the best of its ability to arrive at the best possible outcome for the community and the city. So we use policies and guidelines to help guide our decision-making, and it's very important that what the other divisions say and provide with respect to the technical expertise that we don't have. So if a building or a development is going to result in adverse impacts from a traffic perspective, then that's something we would like to know and want to know. So if they're not telling us that, we're relying on that, right? So they are given that opportunity to comment, and I don't know if anyone else would want to respond to that. But.
It's just one of those really frustrating things.
Yeah.
Also, and I know you've heard me say this before, the word guideline. Developers laugh in our faces saying, oh, it's only a guideline, you know, it's meant to be one-to-one, but we can come in. Out of the 7 developments I've been involved with in 5 years on Bloor Street, only two are actually at that one-to-one. Everyone else has, I mean, the angular planes basically are there, but everyone else has come in and said, oh, well, no, we're going to start here and we're going to get the community and you to whittle us down. And because it's that guideline, nearly everyone goes to the OMB. Nearly everyone I have to request a working group, and nearly everyone which goes to the OMB, my residents have to raise money to go and work, fight at the OMB. So I know we're putting more in the official plan. I would love to put more in the official plan. And if we can get rid of that word guideline, which I think we seem to be doing a little bit, I think that would be great, because developers just say, well, it's a guideline. It's not a rule.
Through the chair, one of the challenges that we, of course, struggle with is that so many of our sites in the city are an anomaly. This isn't like a green field where you can carve everything up in an equal parcel and you don't have any adjacencies. So for that reason, the guidelines become a very powerful tool to serve as the basis for the intention of what we're seeking to achieve on a site. In that respect, the guidelines are in fact very powerful, including in instances where at the end of the day there might be some areas where the developer does not conform with the guidelines. It's actually very rare that the guidelines are completely dismissed or ignored. They typically form the basis of the conversation and the negotiation that we go through with the developer, and they edge us towards that objective that we're seeking to achieve, knowing that there's a whole variety of anomalies, the depth of the site or any specific adjacency. So it's very important not to underestimate the importance of the guidelines. We have a major developer from Vancouver who's in the city, who's doing several large projects, who said to me last night, give me the guideline in affordable housing and I'll meet it, because he's going to meet the guideline. And the vast majority of developers in the city, in fact, work very collaboratively with us and use the guidelines in order to meet the public objectives that we establish in city planning. It's also important to note that of the 4% of proposals that end up at the OMB, we're successful in winning about half of that, which is 50%. So we're looking at just over 2% of projects are getting decided at the OMB without our participation. All of yours. The vast majority of our proposals are in fact settled through mediation and negotiation. And in those negotiations, the guidelines are a very, very important tool for framing what it is that we're seeking to achieve. In keeping with that, as Carrie or Harold indicated earlier, our objective as a result of this process in the context of the official plan review is to take those elements, such as the street wall, and integrate them into our official plan policy to make them stronger and more clear in the areas where we can in fact do that, recognizing that there's a whole series of areas that will continue to need to be negotiated on a site-by-site basis because of the anomalies that every site captures.
And just one final thing, I know it's been...
I'll come back around after.
Okay, all right.
Councillor, was it... I saw on this side, Councillor Campbell. Councillor McMahon.
It's a question about avenues and mid-rise. So 54% of these mid-rise occur either downtown centers or on avenues. Where is it determined? I mean, I see the map on avenues. Where and how are avenues determined? Because you can be driving along Dundas. I come in from the West End. and part of it is an avenue and part of it isn't, and I see some of these mid-rise going up, and I think they look really sharp, and they suit the context of the neighborhood. But on other parts of Dundas, they're not classified as avenues. So how are those determinations made?
Through the chair, back in 2002, when the city was looking at where intensification should go, we looked at the centers, we looked at the downtown, but we also saw the opportunity to utilize the existing infrastructure that existed along many of the main streets. So that determination was made by staff looking at underutilized sites, sites that were mixed use. We had a lot of one-strip malls. Brought that forward to council. Council added a few additional avenues. They removed a few as avenues, and that's how we have the avenues. Underlying that, though, there is also a land use designation. So the avenues don't work in isolation of a land use designation below it.
Right, so mixed-use sites have mid-rise and...
There's mixed use, but there's also areas underlying that are employment, that are open space. So it's not intended every avenue be developed.
So is it our intention or goal that avenues have only mid-rise, or can avenues or high-rise acceptable on avenues?
Avenues are intended to provide a transition between the arterial road and the adjacent neighborhood. So depending on the condition and the site location, you may have taller buildings in certain locations, and you'll have smaller buildings.
Okay, so these are not guidelines, they are standards, and I guess they do help inform the builder in terms of what, where they're going to meet resistance. Is this kind of like, I mean, I don't want to say, a wish list is not necessarily what it is, but in a way, this is what we're hoping that they will do. But it's not enforceable.
Through the chair, no, they're not. And in large part, one of the reasons we embarked on this work was we were doing avenue studies across the city, but we didn't have the resources to study all avenues at one time. So to get out in front of the challenges that we saw coming forward, which were more developments along the avenues, we created the mid-rise guidelines to provide guidance until we did some of these avenue studies or secondary plan reviews.
So at this point in time, are you looking to council and to the committee to put more teeth into it, or to round out the performance standards? I mean, some of the performance standards are pretty, well, they don't really say much, quite frankly. I mean, I'm looking at one of them, 7A, minimum sidewalk setback. Mid-rise buildings may be required to be set back at grade to provide minimum sidewalk zone. That's not much of a standard, really, is it? Yeah, I can read that. I don't have problems with the glasses. Yeah. So what are you looking for from us in terms of, are you looking for us to provide some additional commentary on the performance standards?
So, through you, Mr. Chair, the intent here is to hear what your concerns are. And we have, in the monitoring report, a set of recommendations based on feedback that we received from staff and stakeholders, to help, and as well as our own inventory and research of the existing inventory of mid-rise buildings. And based on that, a series of recommendations have come out in terms of really direction for changes. What we have to do is actually go away and explore how to reinforce where we need to reinforce some of the standards, take some and put them into policy, amend others. So there's a whole series of things that we have to do that will result in a new set of standards, amended set of standards, that is also about reformatting to make them consistent with our other guidelines, and also more corresponding more to policy in a more direct way as well. So there's a reforming that's going to exist as well to help ensure that the policy is also reinforcing the guidelines. So we'll come back with a completed amended document.
In giving consideration to what comes next, or how additional strength might be put into these standards, are you looking at some buildings perhaps that have let us down, if you will, by exceeding what we wanted in a neighborhood? I think of, it's in Councillor Doucette's ward at the South Kingsway in Bloor, where you drive up the South Kingsway, you're going north to Bloor, and you're met by this wall of a Tridel building. And in my view, given the context given the context of, oh, you live in that building? Oh, sorry. Given the context of the neighborhood, the building is not appropriate. And so do you look at examples like that to inform decisions or judgments going forward?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, the inventory, and there's another thing that's being required or recommended, which is that in the submission of the applications, that there be provided a diagram that illustrates how this building is not conforming within the envelope that would result from the application of the standards. So there's more clarity in the in where and how these buildings are exceeding those envelopes, as an example.
Through the chair, if I could just add one additional important comment. What you see in the context of the PowerPoint is supported by a 125-page document. So for example, you referenced 7A. There's very specific details with respect to the measures. Right-of-ways of 20 to 30 meters should provide a minimum sidewalk dimension of 4.8 meters. Then there's dimensions related to a greater than 30 meters. So there's a tremendous amount of detail with measures in the context of the performance standard. It's not a general intention. There are specific measures in the policy framework.
Okay, thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much. Great to be at this committee. Cute little planning and growth. Haven't really been here too much. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Maddy. So just with regards to the mechanical penthouse, from your point of view, aesthetically, is it not better to wrap the mechanical penthouse in some units and get a better benefit out of that than visually looking at an ungodly, awful black box?
You want my opinion on this?
Yeah, I do, actually.
I'll tell you, through you, Mr. Chair, that in my opinion, to be respectful of the integrity of the guidelines, and this is one of the loopholes that results from a disconnect between what we call a form-based approach, which is something that is about that is defined through the appearance, versus something that is done through zoning, which is actually about a number crunching exercise. So we're moving and shifting into an environment in which urban design is very important. The quality of the outcomes, and what is the outcome, the built outcome, is a very important idea. And so these standards attempt to control the outcome, the visual outcome, right? The mechanical penthouse should have been captured within that visual outcome. That it is an exception is because the zoning accepts mechanical penthouses. So that's why the interpretation of the guidelines have been they've been subject to interpretation when it comes to the mechanical penthouse. So in my opinion, the mechanical penthouses shouldn't be there to begin with. So if one-to-one really matters, and that height is important and we're hearing that to a lot of communities, then in my opinion, we should be very forceful about the intent to maintain that one-to-one. And in fact, the mechanical penthouse opens things up to interpretation. But today, with today's technology, we know for a fact that mechanical penthouses do not need to be on the roof. So, and that's how they're calling them wrapped, but in most instances, they're not wrapped at all. It's just an additional 2 stories where the mechanical penthouse might have been, and even pushing those boundaries, and the mechanical penthouse has actually been located in the basement. So in my opinion, I'd prefer that we maintain the integrity of the guidelines rather than opening it up to further interpretation.
Thank you for your candor. Thanks.
In relationship to that question, not until we see guidelines that we want to applaud. Then we can applaud staff for it. Councillor DiCiano.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I don't know if this is a little outside of the realm of the guidelines, but I want to talk a little bit about Section 37. And I'm going to have a lot of mid-rise buildings coming to my area. I've got Bloor Street, Queensway, Dundas Street, and the applications and the calls are coming in on a regular basis. And the guidelines, as they are proposed here, the width of the street is going to bring me a lot of 8-story to 10-story. So the question is, does that mean that now they have an as-of right to come in and build 10 stories without providing any type of Section 37 benefit to my community? Where if we said it's 5 stories, anything other on top of that, then you can discuss, and hopefully there'd be some kind of a community benefit. So how do we not give away the farm here so that communities can actually get some money to make improvements in the local areas?
Through the chair, it's an important question. Because these are guidelines, they do not rezone the property, so rezoning is still required. And in the context of the rezoning, that is the time where the Section 37 is secured. So with respect to these guidelines applying citywide, we're not giving away the farm.
Could I, through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add to that there's this, and to reinforce what Jennifer is saying, they're not as of right, and neither is the height as of right. And that's a very important emphasis in the original report and guidelines that say, with respect to height, that one-to-one is just one additional measure, but is not one that you can be assured of on all avenues, because once you apply the angular planes, you may not have a viable floor above a certain height. So it does cap it, and that's what the capping is about, the one-to-one, but it's not an as of right.
Okay, well, that's very good then.
One more thing, because this is important about giving away the farm, that, you know, there are other ways and mechanisms in which there can be an incentive to provide benefits, right? So, for example, parking requirements, and I know that in the past, council has been very lenient with respect to parking standards, but parking is a very important and very costly aspect of the development that, in fact, we shouldn't be giving away without something in return. Just my opinion on that.
Okay. So back to the Section 37 question. When do we, was it Councillor Mihevik and Council that put a motion forward? Because I think my understanding is that you can't charge for Section 37 on anything under 100,000 square feet. Was that recently changed? Sorry, 10,000 square meters. Was that recently changed by a council motion? What is the new rules on that?
No. Through the chair, there are no new rules. We've been asked to go back and look at the threshold for Section 37, and that's part of our work program for 2016.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you very much. That's it.
Great. Other questions? So, Allison, you and I and your boss met. We had some discussions. Can you frame the results of what we were talking about as a go forward a little bit? And not necessarily from the planning department's perspective, but from the concerns. No, I don't want to embarrass you on that. But it was trying to acknowledge some of the other comments that councillors had. So maybe you could just give a little comment as to what we were looking at and how we were trying to understand the concerns that were expressed when Harold was there. I mean, but you had a good way of framing what we were trying to do when we came back. What were the issues? How are we going to try and deal with them?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're very welcome.
So I think Harold did try to touch on a couple of those broad themes with those 4 examples around the height discussion, the mechanical penthouse, the look and feel of mid-rise. And I think we spent quite a bit of time talking about how these buildings feel, especially when an area is evolving and transitioning from something lower scale to something more urban or urbanized. And particularly when you're in that period of transition, there's important things that should be done in the design of those buildings to make them feel more human scale. I think that might have been part of what we were looking at and talking about. So the guidelines do cover a lot of ground with respect to that, but perhaps because being guidelines, some of that gets lost in the negotiation and the interpretation. So I think the official plan review has been identified in the report as an important opportunity to look to strengthen contextual relationships and relationships to kind of pedestrian scale, street wall height, to take the guidelines, the performance standards forward into our policy language is an important next step that we'll be pursuing. And in some ways, it's important to take that step before we even refine the mid-rise guidelines, because we'll see what the policy will help cover and articulate first, and then the guidelines will follow. So that's one course of action we talked about. Perhaps I'm missing
Also talk
something else you want
about
to
the
talk about.
one-to-one ratio and everything, having the same ratio where how do you deal with the fact that if it's a really wide road, that very tall building may not really fit into that community?
Okay, well, I'll help you there. I mean, maybe it might trigger a memory.
And I'm asking my colleagues, because we had these discussions that a lot of you brought to my attention. The example is the road's a lot wider, and all of a sudden the guidelines say put in 11 stories. And, well, Lakeshore could be other areas, and it's 2-story buildings. And yet it's a really wide roadway. And it may not be appropriate, but we're giving that impression to someone who purchases the property. And my concern in all this is having a guideline or having a policy tells people what you should be able to do. And if we don't like it, then we end up, or our communities don't like it, you end up in a conflict because you've suggested it's good and then you say you can't have it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, one of the things that I recall from our discussion as well was, and this relates to the sense of monolithic, large buildings in a context that don't fit. And what we realized in some of the visuals that we were looking at, and I think this was also something that was brought up in the context of the consultation, and something we are definitely going to be looking at, is that particularly on large arterials, wider arterials, which are more in suburban contexts, the guidelines are very clear about establishing a one-to-one ratio, but also even where they can be, the angular planes might achieve a taller building, or where a right-of-way is actually greater than 36 in very rare cases, it still cannot exceed 36 meters, just as a rule with respect to the height. Otherwise, it would trigger the tall building guidelines. So I just want to be very clear, the mid-rise can never get taller than 36 before it actually triggers a tall building guideline. Second is that on these sites, what we're finding is that the frontage is also very big. And so you're getting very big, not very articulated frontages of buildings and outcomes. So they appear high, and they also appear just large in terms of massing. And so there's not enough articulation to break down what is a building that is not only tall, appears to be tall, but also that tallness, that height is reinforced by the scale of it in its entirety. And I want to bring up an example that in some contexts, what we're finding, particularly along the Queensway, for example, where we're seeing the prop-up of some mid-rise buildings, the ones that are actually on smaller sites, smaller frontages, just appear to fit better in terms of their scale, so that versus the ones that have very, very big properties and they can actually just extrude the property and create these very big unarticulated building masses. So that was a conversation, I think, that we weren't getting into that level of detail, but we were talking and we were demonstrating or illustrating some of these buildings, and it became very clear that the scale of the building and how we articulate that, it becomes a really, the devil's in the details kind of discussion around how we articulate these buildings to help break them down visually, where they're very big in terms of frontage. That was one discussion that we had. Anything
He
else?
wants us to talk about 6 stories.
Okay, 6 stories. 6-story buildings would be permitted on 20-meter right-of-ways generally if you have the appropriate depth to the lots.
So the discussion was to my colleagues, and then I'll open up for comments. People have as well, if you don't have other questions. Every part of the city is different. So out in Bloor West, if we're down in downtown, if we're out in Queensway, if we're out in Scarborough. And as staff explained to me, one of the reasons it came with mid-rise to try and encourage intensification along the arterial corridors across the city and show people that they could get some value back for the land that they had. On the other hand, this shouldn't be all about money from my perspective. It should be about good development and what makes good communities. And whatever goes in place should be there. And the suburbs have a lot of wider streets than we have in areas of the downtown. And all of a sudden you can end up with more land. And the example I used was Bayview and Shepherd, where we actually did a community with the tall buildings by the 401, lower by the street, and it's 6 stories. But it's amazing. They're coming in at 6, 7, 7.5, and they're achieving not 3 times coverage, which is pretty high for an arterial corridor, but 3.5 and even more coverage in a 7.5 story building. But they're set back 5 meters from the roadway. They articulate on the front. There are ways that they are mitigating the impact on that neighboring community and look much more in scale than what we've seen in some areas where they're coming in 10 or 11 stories. And as Councillor Fragadakis said, concerned about the relationship to that community around them. So we're trying to deal with that. And the big concerns that I expressed that I've heard from people were loss of sunlight, loss of the local character of the communities, concerns about the setbacks, both in behind and in front, the fact that the right-of-ways actually now speak about a 1-to-1 ratio growing, and I thought, no, we should really talk about a height, and a height that we like as a mid-rise building, instead of starting with a 1-to-1 and saying that's your guideline, have a height that we like and have some parameters you have to meet then to bring that building up, because we're not opposed to it. Or my colleagues in Scarborough may want to encourage more because they're trying to encourage that development along the street and good development. It wasn't to have buildings that are too imposing on the street, to have buildings that fit within the character of it, within the guidelines, and it's hard to have a guideline for the entire city. And when you look at the standards that staff have used, and I appreciate the work of their consultant, what they've done, they've said there's a standard. The 1-to-1 is a standard, and they always show me these pictures of these wonderful buildings on the other side of the pond. I don't see many pictures of these wonderful roadways that are completed in North America or in Canada or in Toronto. And let me tell you, when you see a building from Paris, or you see a building from Belgium, or you see a building from any other European city, the characters and the look of those buildings are substantially different. The roads are different. It's a whole different ambiance. So just to accept a standard because it worked there, without having the ability to impose something that's going to give you that kind of lifestyle here is important. And as I said earlier, you got 2-story buildings along a main street in the Strip Plaza somewhere in the city, and you want to start to put a mid-rise building in. That is a massive change in the way that that area is going to look like, and it's something that we have to deal with differently. So it was those concerns that we had out there. It was starting with something that we knew we could manage and finding a way then to give the guidelines to go up. Instead of just saying, well, 1-to-1 is what we're looking for, it's our maximum if you meet everything. And it was trying to meet both the objectives that staff had, which was a way to encourage development along the arterial corridors in areas that don't have official plans, and yet trying to maintain and deal with the concerns that the community has and that many members of council have when the buildings all get pushed up and things don't look like they're fitting there. And then whatever guidelines we come out with, try to then incorporate that into the official plan so it has more strength as it goes forward once we figure out the way that we want to go forward. Basically the discussion. So, any other questions of staff or comments?
Briefly,
Councillor DeGiorgio.
yeah, just briefly from Councillor DeGiorgio, who passed a motion at council asking staff to report back on the mid-rise buildings on major roads that are not designated as avenues, that the maximum height should be limited to 80% of the width of the road allowance. The councillor would like to know if you're taking that into consideration at this time, if anyone remembers that motion being passed.
So this is one of
It was one of the motions that were tabled at council that were referred, and it's dealing to the point 8.
Yeah.
And Councillor Matlow had motion, so I guess the planning staff have to tell you if they're going to be considering the motions that were placed but not
Correct.
voted on.
So through you, Mr. Chair, my understanding, and this might be something that the Carrier Jennifer might respond to as well, is that we are taking all of these, the motions, the consultation, everything into consideration for our report back in April, so that we have to take those motions and weigh them against a whole variety of other considerations and ensure that we're going to come back with an outcome that is sound, defensible, all of that. So that's my understanding that we're going to do. Yeah.
Through the chair, yes. In addition to it, we're going to take the commentary that we're hearing on the guidelines because it's going to help inform the policy development for the OP policies with respect to mid-rise buildings.
My colleague was asking me, should we put motions forward? And as I said earlier, we're not allowed to today because it's a conversation, a discussion opportunity, but you're more than free to express your thoughts as to what should be in there. So staff, hear what your thinking is now. And quite honestly, I'd rather have that out there so we all know what the considerations are when it comes back, because at the end of the day, very simple rule I first learned is departments write reports, committees make recommendations, and in the end of the day, council will make a decision as to what the guidelines should be. I'd rather have that discussion, those considerations, that understanding at the committee level, and have staff understand it before it goes to council so we don't start making all these ad hoc changes at council that may have repercussions that we don't know about, or that you may not get carried at council because staff, councilors may not understand what you're trying to achieve because it wasn't considered by the committee or staff in advance.
So then I would just like to echo the chair's comments with respect to perhaps coming forward with a predetermined height and then allowing additional height with certain rules in place. I think that's a very fair and prudent way to move forward, that using one policy, we all know how difficult it is to guide growth across the city with one policy, but that would be something that I think could bring a lot of balance to each community on an individual basis. So I would really support the chair's comments.
Everyone else is okay? Sure, comments. Go ahead, Councillor Doucette.
Thank you. So since I've started coming to this committee, I think it was August was the first time this came on the agenda, I have had a new proposal come in on Bloor Street, and Councillor Campbell will be thrilled to hear this. There's a proposal, a pre-application proposal for 14 stories with some setbacks as you come up South Kingsway on the other corner, which right now is a two-story. I've had 2 proposals come in on Dundas. One is to double the size of a building which has already been approved but hasn't started building. And I've had 2 proposals in the middle somewhere. And that's all since August. So this is why I have been coming to these meetings. This is why my residents have been so involved with the review of the mid-rise guidelines. And I will say that from the one I read, which we came to August, we were very happy with a lot of what was in there. A lot of what was in there was what we were experiencing and we were fighting for, but developers were doing it because we were asking for it, not because it was actually in the guideline. You also heard from many of my residents, they had concerns, mechanical. That was one concern. Secondary plans is another concern. So there's still some concerns, and I know you're looking all that, so I'm not going to repeat everything. I am really looking forward to reading your report, to come back. I will be back here on April the 6th, because I think that we have had more input since that August. I still want to make sure that this gets to council as quickly as possible, because what is in there now will give me as councillor, my residents and planning more tools for our neighbourhood. And we are looking to do an avenue study. We're not looking to say, come on in and build. We're looking to say, if you're coming in, this is the character of our area, this is what is reasonable, this is what is acceptable, but by golly, you've got to get those angular planes right. You've got to be realistic with our neighborhoods behind. We don't want a canyon down Bloor Street. We've got to protect our park. We've got to protect the Humber River area. Every area of the city is unique. And I feel Bloor West and Dundas are unique. And that's why I'm looking for some of these items we put in there. The 1 to 0.8 on character areas. That will really, really help with shadowing and with the angular planes and getting more reasonable buildings. So my residents, well, one or two have said they're anti-development, but most of them aren't anti-development. But we just want a good building in the right place which respects the community, because a lot of us are residential. So I thank you for doing so much work on this, for putting up with me every time. I would have moved a motion, but I'm not allowed to move a motion. I've done it at all the last few meetings. That's okay. But I think what we're doing now is good. I think when we come back on April the 6th, we'll have a tighter guideline with more tools for councillors to be able to use with our residents. And I'm assuming this is going to the May council meeting or the April council meeting? So may I request in my final remarks, please let's get it to council as soon as we can after April 6th, and at least get what we've got then approved. If we still need to do tinkering before the official plan, we'll tinker, but get in what you've got. I'm waiting to have a character neighborhood designated on Bloor Street. I'm getting applications. I'm trying to get pre-application meetings. I want this through council. I need this through council. I'm being selfish. We've got to get this through council. So thank you very much.
Okay, well, no other comments, which is fine. I'm not asking for them. There is a motion that I can move, which is, because clerks are telling me what I can and can't do. Now, there's one item just to vote on after, that the comments from councillors be forwarded to the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning. So I will move that motion. There's nothing else I can move. So if we're done with them, thank you to the staff and everyone for taking their time. We had between the councillors that were here and some of the councillor staff, because I know that Ehor is over here on Councillor Thompson, and I'm sure some are watching their offices. We had over a quarter of council participating in this. So voting on the one motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. There's a motion from Councillor Wong Tam on the other item that we were dealing with, which is item 10.6. You wanted to place that, Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much. And just to very quickly, the staff had already identified that 6 to 8% of certain type of work employment categories was not being captured. I'm hoping that this would help capture that, and that includes everyone that's just flying under the radar.
No problem. The staff had no problem with the motion. I know they spoke to you about it. So Councillor Wong Tam's motion, all in favor? Opposed? Carried. Do I have to move anything else? So we are complete and adjourned, and thank you all for coming, and thank you for all your help.